All right. Welcome back. And we're doing our thing. My wife's out on the back porch beating up her bottle of ice. And I am in here. So, this is kind of a weird thing since I was on super late last night, too. I kind of couldn't sleep. So, about, I don't know, 3 o'clock, I was up, streamed for like an hour or so, went to sleep. Had a little chat with my memeologist. I'm gonna call him a memeologist because I mean, you know, he's pretty pro with the memes. So yeah, he's definitely the memeologist. Maybe, maybe he is the superhero we didn't know we needed until we got it. Yeah, I would say that. So as you can see, I've got a field of red in front of me. And that is because I primered my Space Marines, and now I'm starting the whole event of doing shades, getting all the detail work done, that sort of thing. So of course, I don't know. I've been doing the I'm just going to shade everything method, and I'm also looking at the I'm just going to shade all the metallic parts method. So, and leave the red just as is. Or I do have red shade that I could hit it with. Army Painter Red. Maybe I'll do that, and we'll just see which one looks better. Or, well, for me, it's a combination of what looks better plus what's quicker. So it's multi layered like that, right? It's like, because I'm willing to make compromises when it comes to my miniatures. Maybe, I mean, I could be like, the guys, some of them you see online that spend literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours painting, a couple of figures. But I really don't want to be that guy. I want to be the guy that just gets armies done and that the armies look good so that they're ready to hit the battlefield and duke it out over uh you know it's so weird. Like, I got like all the this guy I am going to shade because I have a feeling he needs to be shaded so he can stand out against the rest of the vehicle there a little bit better. But see, that's actually not bad right there. That guy looks pretty much gameable, pretty much ready to go. So have to figure that out better. But so let's see. I do have some guys I'm gonna have to shade, and of course, I will be making huge use of the multiple bottles I have of Vallejo metallic chainmail because uh, you know, lots of guns, lots of guns. Like the other night, just to do it, I painted up a squad of Blood Angel missile launcher guys. But right now, I'm gonna do some. I think I'll do some barrels, sponson guns, etc. on some predators. Mainly, that is kind of the Space Marine's main battle tank, even though definitely the Sicarians are in there. Yeah, see, this is the uh, this is about the scale, Fritz paints a lot of. And one of these days, if I ever stop being just a lazy bastard, I am going to get in contact with Fritzy and be like, hey, man, I literally have like 1,015 millimeter Civil War figures, Union and Confederate. And, how much would it cost to get these bad boys done up at a tabletop quality? They don't gotta be great. They don't gotta have to have super fancy banners or flags. They just kind of gotta look the part. Like I painted some up myself and I thought they looked just fine. But I have this problem and it's called after I painted up like 10 sprues out of the hundreds of sprues that I had to paint, I just get like, I don't know, bored or something. Uh, I don't even know what to call it. It's like, makes me feel kind of bad though, because then, I end up not being able to finish an army. And I paid quite a bit of money for that box set. It's like the Warlord Games big box set. James Paleogos. Uh Paleologos, actually. So I know what the Logos is. I know what Paleo is, but I'll be honest with you, not 100%. But to be fair, the only thing worse than my Russian is my Greek. How you doing, George? So yeah. But that's a guy, if you guys have not watched any of his stuff, that is definitely worth checking out, is Fritz. Uh, damn it. I wish I could remember the name of his channel now. But, I mean, I'm not going to say we agree on everything since I think Fritz fancies himself like a Norse or a Viking pagan. And those guys, I mean, I know it's rude, but whenever I run into people who claim that they worship like Odin and Thor or whatever, it always makes me kind of laugh, because it's like, come on, dude. Even the Vikings and shit saw through that, back in the day. I mean, no, the Vikings were never forced into conversion. They just did it because, they were like, huh. So what you're saying, slave priests that we drugged to the island in chains and forced into slavery against your will, is that this is how things work and that we've been wrong this whole time. And the slave priest would be like, yeah. And the Vikings are like, well, okay, we're going to convert, I think. And they did. It's so no one can be like, my people were forced into conversion. Well, I mean, no one. Some people can be like that, but definitely not the Scandinavians. They went full on. Is the name of the last Byzantine dynasty. Paleologos. Really? See, I think I got hung up on like Belisarius and what was uh Basil Prosphorius or whatever his name was. Um Yeah, logos is the word. I know what logos is, obviously. The logos is the word, the thing, right? Well, or the argument could be made. It's our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. But and then paleo, yeah, that makes it. One thing about Greek is if you know Greek a little bit, it's kind of easy to figure it out a little bit because it's like, okay, paleo. We know what paleo means. It means old, ancient, So you're thinking like dinosaurs and stuff like that. And then if you know what logos means, then yeah, you're right. I should have been able to put that together as ancient word or something like that. But I'll be honest, my brain is not at all together with me today. Now, I did have a good day. And by a good day, I mean, you ever have one of those days when you just wake up and like the most important people in your life, you're just really happy with them for no good reason? And that happened to me. I woke up and I was just super feeling lovey dovey with the wife. Of course, she did, in her favor, she has been very sweet. And she also made me some squash and zucchini casserole, which, I absolutely love. So, and that's what I had for dinner before I fell asleep last night and totally didn't do my show until like, 3 a.m. in the morning. Because as you all know, we got chicks in the living room getting it on, and they ain't going home till 6 in the morning. So what you gonna do? Anyway, that's right. That was a little Snoop Dogg. Except where I'm from, we call it like Snoop Hound. Like that's a joke on the fact that, we all own hounds and stuff. And I hate the fact that that stereotype is kind of true, you know? Like right now, my mom has like 2 damn hounds at her house. So it's like, it's a stereotype, but sometimes it's true. And it's like, damn it. Well, I appreciate you, uh, George. I really do. And it is flattering that you would deign to even refer to me with the same last name as a, Byzantine noble family. You do know that I am quite fond, of course, of, Byzantium. And, or as I always call it, because I'm a stickler, Eastern Rome. But sometimes I will say Byzantium just so that people who don't understand what Eastern Rome even is, it's a thing, right? It's like you can say Eastern Rome, and a lot of people just don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? And then you say Byzantium, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh yeah, the Byzantine Empire." And a lot of times it's just easier to go along with it, even though they never referred to themselves as the Byzantine Empire, ever. Not in any contemporary writing were they ever like, yeah, we're the Byzantine Empire. They never did it. That's something that came about after the fall of, you know, Constantinople, and then, a couple hundred years later, all of Byzantium. A lot of people forget that Constantinople, after the fall, the noble families and whoever else could get away went to Nicaea. They went to different parts of Greece, and the Eastern Empire continued on until well into the 13th century and 14th century, until it was finally snuffed out by the Ottomans. But yeah, they were around for a very long time. And during like the 11th and 12th century, I think 12th century actually, uh, Constantinople itself was actually governed by the Latins, you know? So basically, the Pope's people ran Constantinople for a while until the Room Turks, ended up expanding. And eventually conquering it. And I mean, if you look at where the city is, absolutely guarding the gates to the Black Sea and everything like that, I mean, it makes sense that people wanted that city. It really does. I mean, it was a massive, massive asset for trade and military movement in the region. And of course, another place that when Constantinople and Eastern Rome were being conquered, uh, a place that a lot of the people fled to was Russia. And in some even contemporary writings, Moscow is referred to as, Nova Constantinople. And, I was kind of within the last couple years, actually, when I realized that what the big difference between the East and the West is as far as Europe. And the big difference between East and West in Europe is what culture they're based on, right? Because Western Europe is based on Rome, and I mean, Western Rome. Eastern Europe is based on Eastern Rome. And the main difference there is Western Rome, they were very much Latin and whatever. And Eastern Rome is 100% Greek culture. Yeah. A lot of them, like a lot of the priesthood, took as many of the holy icons and relics as they could and actually fled across the Black Sea to modern day Crimea. And then from there, were distributed throughout what is modern day Russia. Uh, so, but yeah. It didn't just die in one day. It literally took hundreds upon hundreds of years of constant invasion by Muslims and others before you know it collapsed. And I hate to say it, there was some bad management there too. Vladimir the Great, as he is called, who would also be known as Vladimir of the House of Rurik, uh, the great grandson of Saint Olga, married Basil II's sister Anna. Um, and that wedding came about because Basil II, the town, and it's like pronounced different now, but there was a town on Crimea called Cherkasy, I believe, and they were rebelling against the emperor because that is a thing that unfortunately Eastern Rome had to deal with a lot, is these constant, rebellions in the hinterlands and whatever. And so the Greeks sent their ships to the Russian city of Kiev, and they cut a deal with Vladimir that he would lead his men to the south and liberate that city on the peninsula there. And in return, he would be given Anna as his bride. But there was also some other stuff too, like, he would accept Christianity and things like that too. And of course he did. And after he accepted the Orthodox flavor of Christianity, which this would be before the great, you know, schism. So you could just call it the Greek flavor of Christianity at that time. Um, he Christianized all of the Rus. And yeah, that was a thing that happened. Yes, that's a historical thing. Yeah. So I believe it was Basil, but I could be wrong. But I think it was the one they called the Bulgar Slayer because, duh, he slayed a lot of Bulgars. And yeah, so. But to be fair, the Bulgars originated like way up north near the Volga, and they were called the Volga Bulgars. And then at one point, they got it into their mind that Eastern Rome was very weak, which it was at that time. You know, there was a lot of infighting and stuff going on. And they moved into the region that would now be like Macedonia and, you know, that whole region just north of Constantinople. And the emperor at the time, who was not Basil, tried to run them off and ended up losing very badly in the battle. But then shortly after, Basil, who was actually born and raised in what is now modern day Serbia, he became emperor. And his big thing was he reordered the army. You know, he instituted an entirely new military system, and then he rode forth to where the Bulgars were camped out, and he put a beating on them of such magnitude that they surrendered at the end of the battle, and immediately were like, we swear that we will serve in your military. And a lot of them, for the longest time, did as cavalrymen. Because the Bulgar were kind of like the Pechenegs and the Avar, and you know, they were a horse culture that had come out of Asia, and yeah, so and yes, that was his nickname, the Bulgar Slayer. Now, if you ask me how many Bulgars did he himself personally slay, I don't know, but the army he led put a beating on them pretty bad. Like, literally put the fear of God into them. And they were like, okay, we're not doing this anymore. Right. But, and if I remember that battle correctly, and I probably don't because I don't remember too much correctly, but if I remember that battle correctly, the Varangian played a huge part in it. And that's kind of was the thing that broke the Bulgars is they got caught up between the professional military that Basil had raised, plus they got pinchered in between that and then the Varangians, who of course were all of the biggest, meanest freaking Rus and Scandinavians that traveled down to Byzantium, as we call it now, but Constantinople, to join the emperor's elite guard. And more than one, if I remember correctly, more than one Scandinavian king only became a Scandinavian king because he had made all of his money serving as, hey, what's up, Big James? He had made all of his money serving as a Varangian. Because apparently, if you did like 20 years or whatever, they paid you like as much silver as you could carry or something like that. You know, there was a whole thing. So I believe King Harald Hardrada of Norway, before he became the king of Norway, he was actually a Varangian for most of his, let's say, lower levels of adventuring, and fought in many battles for the emperor. And then, when he got higher level, he decided to head north and get involved in some politics. And of course, you know, much like some modern day things, uh, if you want to be the king of a group of people, it helps if you can make sure they get to eat and lavish the most important and influential members of the tribe with, gifts and whatnot, right? And that's basically what Harold did. He rolled into Norway and he was like, check me out, I am rich as a bitch. And so all of the guys that he needed on his side, he basically paid off with, gifts and whatnot. And then the common people, he just made sure that they had plenty to eat. And boom, next thing you know, the home skillet is, in fact, the king of Norway. But now this next part I could be totally wrong about. I have a feeling he got taken out at Stamford Bridge. I think he did. Not sure. But yeah. So yeah. As it turns out, if you were a young growing boy in 8th, 9th, 10th century Rusland or Poland or Scandinavia, and you didn't know what to do with your life, you could always travel down the river to Constantinople and swear an oath of fealty and become an imperial guardsman. And you would be well taken care of with all the hot Greek women you cared to, intermix with, and, the best food and wine. And the only thing you had to worry about was when a big war happened, you were going to be the emperor's, elite soldiery. You were going to hold the line. And they did. And they did, like, more often than not. So, there you go. But, yep. A lot of Rus kings and a lot of Scandinavian kings were made by the Byzantium, the emperors of Constantinople. A lot of them were. Pretty interesting stuff, right? All right, so now I'm kind of liking this. I mean, it probably could use just a bit more detail with the red, what I'm painting here, which I'll show you real quick if I can get it in frame. It's it's a Thunderhawk. I feel like I might need to add just a little yellow, just a touch of yellow to the or maybe a touch of orange. Just, I mean, the slightest bit, because it'd be too easy to go overboard here and end up with an orange freaking Blood Angels thing, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, I've been playing. I think I own Crusader Kings, but the one that I've been more playing is Knights of Valor or whatever. Knights of Honor, Knights of. Basically, you take over a kingdom and try not to get wrecked by everyone else, right? And I took over Nicaea, and that's what's left of Byzantium after the Latins conquered Greece and everything. But before the Muslims have really moved into the region. And I've been building and building. So I've pretty much taken out a couple of opposing kingdoms that were messing with me. And I now control almost all of Anatolia. I've conquered Constantinople, and I've conquered most of Greece, like Thessalonica, and stuff like that. I've conquered Crimea and all the way up to Kiev. But, still got those Muslims to worry about because every now and then they want to call jihad on me. Not that I can blame them because I'm all like, sending priests into their lands to convert them. And they don't like that, at all. So, but unlike history, where the Rum Turks rose to power and ended up taking over Byzantium, in this game, because of my clever diplomacy, the Rum Turks basically got completely exterminated by the Mongols. The Mongols have showed up, and let me tell you, they're not my friends either. They're constantly, pushing the borders with me, trying to see what they can get. But so far, my Roman legions have held them off. Because in that game, if you play the survivors or the descendants of the Eastern Roman Empire, your big kind of special country specific troop is Roman legionnaires. Now, they're nothing like the legionnaires that you're probably thinking from, Republic and later Imperial Rome. They're basically the Byzantine infantrymen with the tear-shaped shield and spear and sword and etc. And while they're not the best at everything, then mostly horse, like nothing but Roman legionnaires. Depending on the generals leading, um, I can pretty much wreck those Mongols, just because my troops have higher morale. There's typically more of them because I've paid the money and the food costs to increase the size of all my armies. And I've got like a rank 15, which is maximum general, leading that army, and he's maxed out at all of the, tactics, strategy, infantry combat, etc. So I tend to, in that game, use a lot of infantry with a bit of archery support. And every now and then, if I'm feeling really fancy, I'll throw like a couple units of cataphracti in just to, I don't know that they're actually very good compared to I don't know that they're actually any better really than my just Roman legionnaires or Varangian Guardsmen that I can throw in. But it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy to have some Varangian Guard in there, and some Cataphracts because, I mean, nothing screams Eastern Rome like, Cataphracts. And yeah, so. But like I said, not 100% sure they're so great at all. I mean, I've built entire armies out of nothing but cataphracts and had them get wrecked by like the Mongols or whoever. So, yeah, my cavalry is just not up to par with some of the more. But overall, I'm doing really good. What I've decided to do is basically ignore the Near East, other than Anatolia, and just conquer Greece and the Balkans and Russia. And because during the 12th century, Russia was pretty much split into multiple dynasties, it's been pretty easy. And also, if you play the Russians in this version of the game, you're kind of playing on hard mode because none of your basic Slavic troops are really very good. They're very cheap, but they're not very good. So, if I decide to go against a Kievan Rus army, um, unless they've got a good war leader and they've got all of their most elite guys out there, my Legionnaires just curb stomp the shit out of them. And yeah, and I like that. That's pretty cool. See, now what gotta do is I gotta take a fine brush, which I have plenty of here. I gotta take this deep sky blue, which is a very light blue, and I've got to draw some C shapes. Like each of the dark blue windows, C shape of light blue. Basically 3 sides of it kind of got to be a lighter blue. And that will give supposedly the illusion that it's glass. You know what I mean? Need to not glue, that paint's a bit on the thick side. Need to thin that out a little bit. Where it's not C shaped so much as an L shape. So, put my tongue on the brush to get it a little bit wetter, a little bit damper. And then boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Yeah, I watched the thing you posted, George. 100% true. With Stan Lee talking about the girl that got away and all that. I mean, yeah. And it is kind of weird that that guy is so obsessed with like, superhero penises. That is weird, but Mallrats was a weird show anyway. I mean, pretty good. It was back when Kevin Smith, you know, hadn't quite sold out, I guess. I don't know what he did. I mean, not that I talk bad about him since he's been such a good, caretaker for Jason Hughes, but still yet that whole situation is like, mm. Hmm. Okay. Looking at this and I can see where I went a little bit overboard with the dry brushing, and now the windows look kind of weird. Might have to get my dark blue out and hit those windows again. Till the 6th. You know, that is one thing. A lot of people hate uh, Steam because it's like you don't actually own anything, you know. It's like if Steam turns off tomorrow, guess what? I mean, pretty much you're done, right? Everything you ever spent is just gone. And yeah, that does kind of suck. But on the other hand, I mean, so damn convenient, you know? It's like it's just so damn convenient, and then they have sales, you know, so you can get games super cheap. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. I heard somebody beep. It's Timmy, Timmy, and the Lords
Hey,
of Wonderland world. What's up, Timmy?
not much.
What you talking about today?
I don't know. I did have a decent game yesterday.
Was it the based on White Wolf game, or was it the
Bubba's game yesterday. It was
Bubba's game?
Monday.
Good.
We went into we went into a tower in Highfell, and it was filled with a bunch of kobolds.
Tower full of kobolds.
Yep, which is a good thing for us.
Why? Do you love kobolds for some reason? Or?
They're easy monsters to kill.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're right. You could have fell down a tower and it could have been full of ogres. You know, you could have been like the guy on the White Wolf thing that everybody made. You've got ogres. It's like, wait, what? What is wrong with you, dude?
Wow.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you had a good time.
Yep. We've already
But I
killed.
mean, everything I've heard is that Bubba is a good DM. You
Oh,
know?
he is. Yeah.
So, you know, there you go.
We also fought a few more of those dragon cultist people.
Well, I'll tell you right now, not a fan of them. Those dragon cultist people, not a big fan.
These guys, we kind of ambushed them in our in our boat. Landed
aircraft carrier. I was gonna say, wait, what?
we got a flying boat that folds up. And
that's cool.
Yeah. And we use that to fly down a little bit further away so they don't hit the boat, because it is a little bit, what do you call it?
Bodie?
Fragile.
Bodie McBoatface, that's its name.
It's a swan boat.
A swan boat, like an elven boat.
Yeah.
Named Bodie McBoatface.
Anyway, we landed like a little bit over 120 feet away. Had to run that far. Except for me, I flew because I got a flight speed of 120 feet.
That's pretty damn good.
Yes. So basically, at first I was running 40 feet per round. That's with dashing.
Then you realized, hold on a minute.
Then I asked the DM how fast I could fly, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I didn't tell you that, huh? Well, you could fly 120 feet." And I'm like, "Oh." So I surprised the monsters, because they thought, "Oh, this guy's not going to ever get to us." I just ran up to their face.
You're like, in your face, bitches.
Which
that's cool.
Terrified them.
I need to find. There they are.
The only issue was
Space Marines with like plasma guns, and since I've got my plasma gun blue out, I need to paint the very tops of their guns, and it's very difficult since it's very small,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to
Probably.
paint like the where the power cell is.
Uh, oh,
I need to look up because I need to look in my actual large horse heresy book because I'm not 100% sure if heavy support guys or support guys with plasma guns in 30K have blue helmets in the Blood Angels or not. And also, I've got a bunch of assault marines, and I need to. Breton, he's calling me friend over here. Look at this guy. How are you doing, comrade?
yeah, James. I had a horrible time hitting those cultists sometimes.
Well,
Dice were not my
are you a
favorite.
mage?
No, I'm a cleric
Well, clerics also don't have the best to hit, so
with a +3 hammer.
yeah, the hammer is pretty badass. But again, clerics aren't known for their.
I was just rolling really low that game.
It happens, man. Windbreaker. I don't know if I've watched
Never heard
that
of it.
or not.
Don't know much about it. I haven't heard of it either.
I was trying to log on to Crunchyroll the other night and see if I couldn't watch Ghost Story.
Ghost stories.
Yeah. Just because, just be like, yeah, I'm gonna watch Ghost Stories, but
It looks like some kind of. Oh, it's a martial arts one.
well,
Adventure, martial arts, and don't know what that last one means.
Ninja Scroll.
Oh, okay. So
What is it? The way you said that, it's like it's a martial arts hentai show or what? What are you talking?
no, it's a Yankees of the East type of show, I guess.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, school punk type of stuff.
Old school punk.
Yeah.
Huh. That's an interesting concept for an anime.
Yeah, well, the punk genre is. I kind of like the punk genre of just anime.
Yeah,
When
Of
you have
course,
like a
then again,
gang
Cowboy
thugs fighting each
Bebop
other.
did the whole, jazz thing.
Yep.
That was kind of their whole deal. Dun-dun, 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 dun. Dun-dun, 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 dun.
Oh, boy.
Everybody loves that theme song.
Oh yeah, that was a really good song.
Time to get all the guys together, get ourselves packed up. All right, let's go. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun,
Oh, it's like
dun-dun.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Then how all of the episodes for the most part ended with like "See you in space, cowboy."
Yep.
You had that one TV show that was always coming on, and like it had the big tittied blonde chick and the Indian guy.
I thought he was a black guy.
No, I think he's supposed to be like a Hindu or a
Or
Hindi.
maybe. Let me see.
Just based on the way he talked. He talked like he had that accent.
I can't remember him talking now. Like I cannot remember the voice anymore. It's been a while
Well,
since I've seen them.
right. Well, just okay. He sounded like a guy from India trying really hard to talk like he was from Texas. So he'd be like, "Woo, buddy, this is a big, and he'd be like that. And then the girl would be like, "Yeah, it is." And they were, going back and forth about it. and of course, Spike would find a way to f it all up so that by the end of the job they would succeed at the job, but then they would have broke so much shit they had to pay for that they would end up with no money.
Yep.
And then Spike would have to cook his famous peppers and beef, which was basically, stir-fried peppers, because they could never afford the beef because of Spike constantly, I mean, it's kind of a neat show if you think about it, because they're bounty hunters. They're running around doing all this shit, and yet at the end of the day, they can barely afford to eat. They're just not very good at being bounty hunters, I guess. You could say.
Yeah, they weren't. But
I mean, they were because they always completed the job, but they weren't because they never got any money.
yeah.
So it's just adolescent gangs engaging in street fighting.
Yep.
I've never seen that. The last anime I've seen that was kind of like that was called Akira. And that was a weird anime, man. One of the guys become kind of like a psychic monster.
Yeah.
But it starts out, they're just a bunch of young punks riding around on their motorcycles, and then things go bad from there,
Japan really likes the the street gang type of shows.
You do or don't?
They do. I do. I kind of like it. It's fun, especially with the weirdness Japan will do with it, because a lot of high school girls beating each other up with random weird objects.
Well, the thing with the Japanese is their concept of street gangs is based on America, except they jam it up so hard that it's by the time we see it, we don't even recognize whatever in the hell it might have been.
There was one in which had a girl who would fight using a coin, and she would just throw coins at people. Not coins, a coin. And that coin, it would just somehow pop back to her. Never
That's
shows her again. It's like
that's called magic. She had magic.
The coin's not magical though, so it's a weird thing where it just happens. Then they finally just went, "Oh, let's just put on a string so we don't have to worry about that continuity anymore."
Probably because people were like, how's she getting the coin back? They're like, oh shit, yeah. But I mean, a lot of anime,
I haven't seen that one either,
that I've watched, I've noticed it's like you take something very, very American, and then you just freak it the hell out.
Oh god, yeah. That makes
and that's the anime.
That makes me think of Mad Bull 34. That is definitely Mad Bull 34.
And what's even more incredible to me is how often Japanese anime, like the main hero, will 100% be an American.
Yeah.
He's an American. He's got blonde hair, red hair.
That's a weird thing, because I wonder, would you consider the Japanese transfer guy to be the main hero or the main character, or his partner who you see later, who is the American?
What anime are we talking?
This is Mad Bull 34, which basically
I've never seen it, so I can't actually say.
You probably should. It's funny, and you can watch it for free on YouTube.
Oh.
I think it's the censored version, maybe? I don't know. Because that one got
I'm a little worried anytime you say you can watch the censored version. I'm like,
it's crazy.
Hold on here a minute.
It gets very bloody, gory, and does have a little bit of the dirty stuff in it. But
See,
it's
here's the
mainly
thing.
focused on the violence.
Have you ever see? I'm going to watch Not Your Echo. Not Your Echo. Have you ever watched any of the Russian animated stuff?
They get really weird with it too.
Like, there's the one that's all about like Ilya Muromets, and it's like a cartoon. And then there's the one about I
I've
don't
seen
know if
the
it's about Saint Nevsky or who it's about, but he's fighting like the Northern Crusades and the Mongols all at the same time. And
I might have seen clips from that, but the one I remember was the one about the it was the what was it called? You know that pirate story, the Monkey Island one? I think it was called Monkey Island. No, it was
yeah,
like shoot. You see a lot of
wasn't that
clips
when the
from that.
Russians were at war with Japan and they sent that ship and the ship of fools basically
Oh man.
because the ship just started stopping at like everywhere and getting involved with all kinds of stupid shit.
Are you
It
talking
was
about where the Russians were trying to reinforce with their Western
They were
Navy?
trying to reinforce the Pacific Fleet with their Atlantic Fleet, except the
Uh,
people in charge of the Atlantic Fleet were idiots.
oh yeah, the guy who was in charge of it was just was always angry, throwing his binoculars off. They actually had to have extra binoculars just for him.
And he stopped at an island and he like had a monkey. I
Yeah.
mean, that guy was just doing crazy shit. And then sad story is, right? He did finally encounter the Japanese
Japanese fleet,
fleet.
but they
He
thought they
thought
were
they were
allies.
the Russian fleet though.
Yes.
So he sailed right up to him, being like, "Hey, what's up, comrades?" And the Japanese were like, "Hey, boom, boom, boom."
It wasn't like that exactly. They had they had their hospital ship actually have their lights up, in accordance to the Geneva Convention, I think it was, or something. It was like a treaty that made you had to have your hospital ship clearly
You know how
marked and
you and
everything.
I talk about the wrong ship for the wrong war? That
Yeah,
was what happened to Russia.
yeah.
Because what a lot of people don't know is after Captain Cook or whoever it was forced Japan to open up. Hey, what's up, Satya? Um,
That
well,
was
you're
Matthew
one of the
Perry.
game, so
I'm pretty sure that was
after
Matthew
after
Perry,
we
wasn't it?
forced the Japanese to actually open up their country, right?
Yeah.
The Japanese nobility, the emperor and his like all of his right hand mans, they said to themselves that that was so humiliating. They were never going to allow some shit like that to happen again, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing they did is get with the Americans and have the Americans pretty much sell and train them in the use of the most modern naval equipment that we
Well,
could.
Americans and British. They got a lot of British ships.
Right. And so by the time they went to war against Russia, which at that time owned Manchuria, um, the Russians, their ships were these big, awkward dreadnoughts, right?
Yep.
And the Japanese ships were these sleek, fast, ultra modernized for the time. They were smaller, but they were faster. The guns had better range, you
Yep.
know, and everything like that. So it really wasn't fair, you know.
No, it
And,
wasn't.
and eventually, after the Russian Pacific Fleet was dealt with, they just kind of rolled in to like the bay outside of what was the city, and they're like, "Yeah, this is our shit." And it had everything to do with the Japanese, their little rascally racist selves, being angry that Europeans were like hanging out, you know, in the middle of China. And
Yep.
they didn't care for that shit. They're like, if anyone's going to abuse the Chinese, if you ask the Japanese, that you know who they're going to say.
Yeah.
It's going to be them. No one gets to genocide the Chinese except for Japan, according to Japan. So the whole war was just like dumb as shit, but
Yeah. Which is
it's
weird
something
because
some people decided to do. And the poor Tsar, Nicholas, was not a bad Tsar. He was actually a good Tsar, but there were bad decisions that were made. And okay, the buck stops with him, you could say. But I mean, that's not always the case. You know what I mean?
I mean, you could say that he was put in a pretty poor position in the first place.
Oh yeah. I mean, first off, he loses a war to the Chinese. Then he agrees to invade Germany because that's part of his treaty with France. And the Germans curb stomped the shit out of him. And then immediately after, you have a communist revolution. So it's like this guy caught not a single freaking break, It was
Not to
like,
mention he was like not really prepared to, lead.
well, I mean,
There's
I think his problem, honestly, Nicholas, the last of the Romanovs, let's say, even though there's a lot of Romanovs still drifting around out there.
yeah.
His main problem was that he was not okay. If the situation was somehow magically different and the czar at the time had not been Nicholas, it had been Ivan the Great, which, some people like to use propaganda to call Ivan the Terrible, shit would have turned out totally different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because Ivan would not have put up with any of that shit. He would have, went balls to the wall. Like, would the Japanese actually conquer East Asia? Maybe not, because Ivan would have been like, yeah, fuck that, and if you were a Russian general and you ran in the face of the enemy, he'd just have you executed in public and, promote another guy up and be like, okay, now's your chance to prove that you're not going to be a coward. Because let me tell you, if you're a coward, it's going to end really bad, right? And so, yeah, Ivan would have been a much better leader for the time. But then again, Ivan was a self-made man,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, was he crazy? Yeah, of course, he's a little crazy. But
What
most
Slav
of the
isn't?
shit he gets blamed for being crazy and stuff, that's Stalinist propaganda.
Yeah.
Because Stalin and the communists hated the Romanov family, which, you would if you have them murdered. But for the longest time in the Soviet Union, there was always the fear that the loyalists were going to, pop back up,
But James, what kind of Slav isn't just a little bit crazy?
Well, yeah. Well, that's mostly Balkan Slavs, though. You've got the Serbs that are committing war crimes to accordion music, Croatian cat girls, Bosnians that are just always drunk and trying to fight a war against superior armies on every side. And then Turkey's little brother, Albania. The Albanians are screwed right now too. I told you, and I'm like, it's the one place where the trend has somehow reversed. Population-wise, there are more Orthodox Christians in Albania than Muslims for the first time in like all of history. Because Albania had always been Turkey's little bitch boy, and in the Balkan region. But yeah, yeah, and I don't know why all the other Balkan guys they always depict Croatians as like lady boys and shit like that. And anytime they draw pictures of like Bulgarians, they draw them like apes. They're like all hairy and stupid looking. And then you really want to start a fight, just start talking about Alexander the Great. If there's a Macedonian and a Greek in the room, that will turn into like a whole thing because to this day, the Greeks claim that Alexander was Greek, and the Macedonians claim that Alexander was, in fact, a Macedonian Slav. And yeah. And that's not the only thing that's like that. There's like another hero, I forget his name, it's like Zlatopolk or something like that. It's like the Albanians claim he was one of them, and
Oh God, I remember that. I remember the name of that pirate movie. I was trying to remember. It was Treasure Island.
Oh, Treasure Island! Everybody loves Treasure Island. Come on,
Yeah.
that's a classic.
The Russians made a cartoon about that.
Well,
it was pretty cool. I liked it.
I'll tell you what, because we're Americans, we like seem to only like watch American stuff. But I have been watching Russian movies from like 2016 and on. And some of them are absolutely amazing. And the other good thing is because they're made in Russia, and Russia actually has standards as opposed to the United States.
Yeah.
It's like you can watch an action movie without every other scene being, whores and whatever, kind of like how we did with like, Game of Thrones. Every other scene has to have a whore doing some whore stuff, right? Instead, the Russian movies tend to be focused more on, I don't know if it was the Swan of Nepravda. I'm not sure. But I did watch The Vikings, which the Russian version, and that's all about the rise of the House of Rurik and how like Yarapolk caused his brother Olga's, or not Olga, what was his name? Basically, Yarapolk caused the death of his younger brother. So then Vladimir, who had been out on the high seas, Viking, comes back because he wants to like enforce his claim to the land. And because he is a son of the House of Rurik, right? But then that causes issues because he's actually a half brother. Because the other ones had all been born from their, noble mother or whatever. Vladimir was the son of a serving woman. And of course, the King Rorik, the head of the House of Rorik. So, he got kind of talked down to a little bit, what I mean? Which led to a war because he went to this one house, and really what he was wanting was their army to help him lay siege to Kiev. But the daughter of the man, he like offered to marry her. And she like went off and was like, why would I marry you? You're the son of a slave, blah, 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 right? And of course, the king didn't shut her up, which he should have smacked the shit out of her and apologized. But instead, what he did was piss Vladimir and his Viking band of raiders off enough to just go ahead and lay siege to that castle. Pretty much murder everybody in it. And then force that girl's parents to watch as Vladimir consummated a marriage she was not necessarily super fond of, and then had them killed. So, yeah. Yeah. And you know what I learned from watching that, Leth?
What's that?
Bitches need to keep their mouth shut when men is talking. You okay? It's as simple as that. If you're a young woman and there's a leader of a Viking war band outside of your house talking about marriage and this, that, and the other thing, maybe you shut the fuck up, because her running her fucking yap got her whole family killed. Her castle burnt to the fucking ground, etc. And in the end, she still had to take his boots off, which in the Kievan Rus culture was part of the marriage ceremony. The woman, before the actual physical part of the consummation, the woman would take her husband's boots off as a show of subservience. Yeah, so in the end, she still had to, do all the shit that she would have had to do had she kept her fucking mouth shut. Except if she'd kept her fucking mouth shut, excuse my language, guys, I apologize, her father and mother wouldn't have had their throats slit after watching Vladimir deflower their daughter. So there you go. There you go. So yes, keep your mouth shut. That's a rule. When Vikings is talking, ain't nobody needs to hear your opinions about shit. But yeah, she basically called Vladimir Rourke, the son of a slave, and talked all this shit about how there was no way she could ever be married to a half-breed son of a slave, etc. And, and she said all this shit right in front of all of his men and everybody, So what had to happen, right? I mean, if you're the leader of a band of ne'er-do-well pirates, basically, I mean, you can't let that shit slide. That can't slide ever at all, Would you agree?
Yep.
Right. So put that in your hat for D&D stuff. I know I do. And there's another one that's really good where it's about the Russians that tried to hold back the Mongol army long enough so that the citizens of Kiev could flee to the north. And they all died to a man, but in the end, the Mongolian warlord was so impressed with how brave and hard they fought that he had them buried with full honors and everything, like warriors. So, but that's where you hear the story of like the Mongolian war chief had captured a bunch of Rus people, and he had his feast table set up on their backs, right? So that the whole time they were sitting around the table eating, they were slowly crushing those prisoners to death, So yeah. Good times. And these shows I'm talking about, guys, are available on YouTube for free, and the dubbing is not bad at all. It's
That's
not
good.
bad at all. So if you ever just want to see a movie about, and you don't have to be a Slava boo like I am, that's all like super proud of my, 7% Russian blood, to enjoy these movies. They're just good movies, and you watch them and you're just like, damn, man, that's kind of crazy, and if you're into history, then of course you're going to like it, because it goes into like the Kievan Rus and their battles with the Pechenegs, or is it Pinachegs? I always get that wrong, but basically, steppe warriors that are kind of like Mongolians.
I think
And
I always heard it called like Pechenik.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look in my book where it describes them, but pretty much they were Mongols before Mongols in the region. And when the Golden Horde showed up, they just got absorbed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, okay. Being absorbed into the Golden Horde sure would be, death. So, and yeah, so Vladimir's constantly at war with the Pechenig. And at one point, they pretty much burn Kiev almost to the ground, but Vladimir, it's saved by a miracle, really, or coincidence. I might have to look into that. But when the city was getting ready to burn down, like a really heavy rainstorm came, and it put the fire out. And then after the fire was out, the rainstorm went away, right? So a lot of the Russians who were there were like, being that they were, a lot of them very superstitious, they were like, what happened, right? And what they didn't know is they had Anna, the sister of the Byzantine emperor, there because she had been married to Yarapolk, and they kidnapped her. And so she was very quiet, but he would always talk to her about things. And of course, she was slowly putting the seeds of Christianity into Vladimir's head, Like when the people were like, oh, wow, the rain, it came and it put out the stuff. Yay. She would tell him, it was a miracle from God and stuff like that. And he started like believing it. You know what I mean? So anyway, I've basically told you most of the story. And for the couple of people watching, go watch it like on one of these evenings when you've got nothing better to do. Just put on Vikings 2016 Russian movie and watch that movie. And what will happen is you will actually learn history that you didn't know existed. And you'll also see the reality of, the Kievan Rus and how all that shit worked out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like one little known thing, and I guess if you're Slavic, you might want to not know this, or maybe you might want to know it. Maybe you just already know it. It was the Slavic people who practically begged the Kievan Rus to rule them. And the reason was the Slavs didn't actually have like a political system. It was just like in history books and in archaeology books, they call it the big man system, if that makes any sense to you. But basically what the big man system means is whoever's got the most money and gives out the most gifts to the various tribal leaders is the ruler. Janet, how you doing, sweetie? Excuse me for saying sweetie. I don't mean to be so informal. It's just a natural habit. My wife does the same thing. Anyway, so you end up realizing how things were. It was like when the Slav people saw how orderly the Rus kingdoms were. You know what I mean? Because the Rus, I'm not saying they were good guys. They're not running around whacking heads. but they did have laws. And that was something that the ancient Slavic, under their big man system, didn't really have. So if you lived under the ancient Slavic system and you say we're a farmer, you had no guarantee from one day to the next of whether someone is going to show up and just kill you. You know what I mean? I mean, literally, you didn't. You just kind of hoped whoever was in charge liked you enough that it would prevent other people from showing up and just murdering you. And so when the Rus set up camp with all their laws and protections and, oh, you murdered this guy? Well, now we're going to murder you because a blood price has to be paid, etc., right? A lot of the Slavic people literally fled from wherever they were living to live under the rule of the Rus. And that's how you end up with the whole Kievan Rus thing. They didn't even really have to conquer all the Slavs. All they did is show up and conquer a few cities like Novgorod and Kiev and whatever, and then just live there. And yeah, the neighboring Slavs were like, it's way better over there. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're being quiet, Timmy. I don't like it when you're quiet. It makes me think you're plotting.
I'm not plotting. I just
So
don't have
that's
much
the movie you and Bruce should watch, Janet, is the Russian movie Vikings. You will learn a lot about history. You'll learn a lot about why Russia would rather nuke the entire world into non-existence than give up Crimea. Yeah. Spoiler alert, Crimea is where Vladimir the Great accepted Christianity and then went on, like I said, to spread Christianity throughout all the Rus. So, I mean, Crimea is super important to the whole idea of a Russian identity.
Oh, there's a bear.
There's a bear.
Where? Oh my God! Run for the hills! There's a bear.
He's not a bear. From now on, we should just call him a Mishka.
You should fuck off. That's what you should do.
I should fuck off. You joined me, homie.
Yeah, but you don't get to just walk in the room and call me a Mishka. I've told you, Medved, never Mishka.
Mishka.
Well, to be fair, James didn't walk in the room, and you walked in the room.
Later. Bye-bye. I gotta go.
It's a term of endearment. It means my little bear. I mean, see, damn it, bear. Our meme. Superheroes are the best, and I'm like, the Emperor is the best.
Yeah, I saw that. It was funny.
Yeah, and then he's got a picture of like Rome or Romulus from Rome, and he's like, "You're both faggots." Like, so I had to put a picture of Alexander the Great because he is truly the best general of all time. And according to the lore, the emperor of mankind was Alexander in one of his incarnations. He's been incarnated many, many times because he can't die.
Mm-hmm.
And George posted the Stan Lee talking to Banky.
I saw that.
And I had forgotten how obsessed with superhero genitalia Banky was.
Yep.
That is weird. I don't think, maybe there are people like that. I mean, okay, never mind. I'm one of those people.
Yes, we're aware.
Because when I look at like Marvel Girl or Power Girl or whatever, I'm super interested in her genitalia. Because she is definitely the hottest superhero ever.
Marvel
Now,
girl?
I almost sent you a video, and it was like X-Men. Could they survive in the 40K universe?
Guess what I wouldn't have watched?
It's
That
too bad
video.
because it would have supported you.
That doesn't matter. I still wouldn't have watched it.
Because it turns out that apparently Jean Grey with the
The
Phoenix
Phoenix.
Force is so powerful, even the Emperor would just be like, nah. I'm not fucking with that.
Hey, Bear, how does Cyclops' eye beams
Punch
work?
Universe. I saw the same fucking video you did. Get new
The
material.
other one who they said would do really good in the 40K universe, believe it or not, was Colossus. Because they're like, he's already made out of steel. He just throws some power armor on and fit right in, man. He'd end up being the commander of some regiment somewhere. He's a good-hearted guy. He'd just be out there, you know what I mean? And Deadpool, but they said the problem with Deadpool in the Warhammer universe is no one would ever quite know who in the hell he works for because it's Deadpool. He'd just show up at battle and kill Chaos guys and Imperial guys just cause. So they're like, yeah, Deadpool would probably love the Warhammer universe. It wouldn't even matter to him. Yeah, but the number one they said was Jean Grey with the Phoenix power. She would dominate the whole universe. There would just be nothing anyone could do. And I was like, all right, that's cool. That's cool. I agree. I mean, she did almost destroy the universe a couple times. So, you know. No, you don't think so?
I don't care. That's the point.
What do you care about
then?
then?
You're going to hook me into your 40K nonsense because you somehow tied it into superheroes. It's not going to make me fall for it. I'm not. That's like the dirty, filthy bitch who wears the right lingerie. No, she's still a dirty, filthy bitch. I don't care what the lingerie is. I see the dirty, filthy bitch. Well, I see the 40K. I'm not falling for it. I'm not getting sucked in.
Here's the thing. I kind of like that dirty, filthy bitch.
I win.
I mean, what kind of lingerie are we talking? Are we talking like a black teddy with lace?
Whatever you're into. Leopard print, Merry Widow, whatever the fuck you're down for.
But definitely high heels with like leather straps.
Don't need to know any of this.
Hello. Yeah, it's me. Yep. I think I've already got the transportation and everything on the way, so it's going to be awesome.
Now, Bear, how does Cyclops
So
eyes
1
work?
p.m. right?
It's never been. It's actually exactly what they said. Sadly,
Oh God.
a really shitty writer added that to his thing. But the problem is that a lot of the writers over the years and the artists have fucked up because it is a concussive force, not a laser energy. And they've had him bounce his I-beams off mirrors, and it's like that wouldn't work. He'd just shatter the mirror because it's like hitting it with a red rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a light-based power; it's a force-based power.
Well, just to be a total dick, even though Bear doesn't care, he did very well in the 40K universe. He showed up. They recruited him into the Imperial Guard. The next thing you know, he's in a trench line yelling for his brothers to hold the line. Apparently, something about Cyclops is just like, it's like, yes, you're a commissar now. Gambit got murdered immediately. Look, here's the thing, Bear, and I don't know why it happened. I really don't. Because when I was a kid, the standard by which all sci-fi and everything was measured was Star Trek. But then at some point, at least on the internet, it become Warhammer.
That's because it's a bunch of fucking. Never mind.
No, you can say. I mean,
Nope.
Warhammer fans are pretty crazy, man.
Nope. I say nothing. I know nothing.
I know nothing. Yeah, I saw that meme too.
I am just gonna walk away from it.
I saw the one where like they had all the anime girls, and then somehow one of them had syrup or something, and then she become like the super Canadian or something. I forget who posted that one. So we've got a lot more people posting memes all of a sudden. Cold Iron Oven has inspired, like Leth over here posting memes.
That's nice.
So my Discord, at least the meme part of my Discord, is rocking, man.
Do you want to see what I made today? I had a little help from a friend, obviously, but at the end of the day, I did all the legwork on.
Okay, Bear, have I ever said no?
Well, you might not like this one. I don't know. This might be not to your taste. This might be you saying, I don't know. This isn't really my taste.
Just show it. And
it's about superheroes. But I don't know. I'm going to share it.
I like superheroes now.
See if you like it or not.
Now that superheroes are part of 40K, I'm totally into it. I'm sorry, I'm trolling. I'm trolling a little bit.
So this is
the Guardians
for the next. So last night they played, and then 2 weeks we're doing their annual because they did 12 issues completed last week. So, but they didn't finish the plot line. So next 2 weeks from now, they're going to do the end game scenario of their campaign.
Super interested in Power Girl too. Yeah, Deadpool did do really good.
All right, well, whatever.
Okay.
It's nice.
I've got a question here.
Jesus Christ, it's like talking to a wall.
That chick on the bottom, she is super hot.
Which one? The one in the dead center?
The blonde at the bottom?
Yeah, that's Victory. She used to be Lady America. Now she's Victory. Because she retired and then was dragged out of retirement, but the government had already replaced her with a new Lady America.
Oh, God, that would piss me off so bad.
Yep.
That would be like getting sold out to the Russians and being tortured for like 40 years or more straight, and then waking up and finding out that some Ponzi blonde dude in an American flag is now in charge of everything. I'd be angry.
Well, there you go.
But Victory's actually a pretty great name, though. I mean, you know. Yeah, well, the goth girl is pretty hot, too. If she is.
Let me share it again. Let me share it again so I can explain who the characters are so you know.
Well, we only care about the big titty curvy.
Well, I'll explain the big titty goth girl as well, okay? I'm sharing it again if you want to look at it.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
When have I not wanted to look at one of your pictures? I mean, really, Bear. You're being
okay, fair enough. Did it not share?
No, it did not. Oh, that's weird. It did, but it skipped.
There, try now.
Yeah, it skipped everything and just went right into the...
Okay, so this guy over here is Jason's character, Captain Saturn. They just traveled through time to save his life, which was so fucking annoying. This character over here is Mystic Mirage. That's Janet's character.
Ah, nice.
This guy in the middle is Professor Aitken, who is houses a massive demon named Baylor that will destroy all creation if he's ever released. He's played by Mage's Musing, Sean.
Nice.
This is Monolith. He's a Silver Age, so he's like an old, remember the game set in the 80s. He's an old timer who's still kicking around. He's best friends with Captain Saturn. This is Victory. She's the only NPC on the cover. She's the leader of the team. The team was put together because there's suspicious shit afoot with the new government and all this, and she's been tasked to sort it all out. But right now they're fighting Nazis. She's been around since 1942 when she was given the Titan formula, which is part of the whole American Super Soldier program of that period. And this is Siren.
Good for 80.
Exactly. She'd be 60 something because remember it's set in the 80s. This is Siren. She is an albino telepathic telekinetic villainess who Victory basically brought out of prison on a work release to help them out because they needed a mentalist. And then in last night's episode, she realized the villain she had dedicated her life to, it was exposed to her that he's been abusing and lying to her the whole time, so she's going through a crisis of personality and may become a hero. We'll see.
Yeah.
And that's all of them. And then the next session, which is on November 17th. What?
Who drew her?
These are all, so the images are made using AI, believe it or not.
Well, they drew her
Looks really
curvy
good.
as shit, boy. I mean, she is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal.
Yep, there you go. And she's also a crazy person who can read your mind. Anyway, so November 17th is the next session, and that's going to be our giant-sized annual where they're going to take the fight to the Nazis that they've been fighting all through the campaign.
You know, the only way she could be more my type is if she was redheaded and crazy.
Well, she's crazy.
Yeah, but she's not redhead.
No, she's
Therefore,
not.
she's
just
not
crazy.
my perfect type. But I agree with Andre. Crazy Goth Girl wins that cover for sure.
Oh, cool. Well, there you go. So Siren with a PSI. So PSIREN. Siren.
We all got our tastes. And most of ours on this channel are very straight and very much into thick, curvy women.
Well, that's fair.
Why? Because we're men. And men
Are
like
we
thick,
not
curvy
men?
women.
We are Devo.
We are Dio. Homo Jocko, man, you are pulling from the fucking wow, Bear. You went up in the attic and dug through some albums to the very back for that one.
Wow. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Are we not men? We are Devo.
They say that we evolved from snails. Right?
That's going back, man.
Yeah, evolving up from, no, they say that we have lost our tails, evolving up from little snails. To me, I think it's wind and cells. Are we not men?
We are Devo.
Well, you know, because their actual name was Devolution,
Yes.
which apparently was a scientific theory at some point.
It still is a scientific theory at some point. The idea is just like evolution. It's not a proven theory. It's a theory.
Yeah, that instead of evolving, we're actually devolving from. Which, I mean, that honestly kind of makes more sense. Because if you believe in the purely scientific idea that creatures adapt themselves to their environment, which I do agree with that part at least, right? Then over time, you're going to end up with like one super creature in each niche. You know what I mean? So if you started out with like 1 billion animals on Earth, eventually you're going to end up with like 100. Because they're the 100 that were the best at whatever the fuck they did, you know?
Yeah.
Or not. I mean, I don't know.
Since we were talking about superheroes, I posted a couple of superhero things in the memes channel.
Nice.
Why do you make me have to go look at things, Leth?
I'm sorry.
You may not want to look at them, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, you might not want to.
Well, you know, that guy is Trump as All Might, and that's cute.
Trump is
Yeah.
who?
All Might.
Who's All Might?
From My Hero Academia, probably the best anime ever made.
It was a really fun superhero anime.
Still on.
Yeah.
They haven't concluded yet.
Nope, it's still going. Season 8, last season though.
Yeah, that's the last. Well, because the manga's done too.
I mean, curious, because I've seen My Hero Academia advertised so much on Crunchyroll, and I've kind of just blown past it, right?
Yeah, I'd recommend it. It's fun.
On my way to watch Berserk.
My favorite season had to be the sports one.
But if you guys are both like, no, actually, that's a really cool anime, well, then I may have to give it a watch.
Well, as I've always said, for people who play Marvel or Heroic, it's a power stunt, masterclass. Because everything about the show is they're constantly figuring out new ways to use their powers in crisis situations.
Oh yeah, that is true. And one thing is the creator. I even said that he was inspired by a lot of DC and Marvel comics.
Well, of course he was.
Yeah, I love Berserk too. Berserk's a great anime, and I like all versions of it. I'm not so picky that I'm like only the one from the 90s. Whatever, fuck, grow up.
I like them all.
Well, I like them all. I like every single one, including the last 2 seasons they did, and I'm sad there won't be a 3rd season because I would love to see them finally get to the Fantasia arc.
Supposedly they have hired a guy to finish the manga, and they may actually make another.
Well, so the guy that's doing it is the guy that Guts is based on. So the
Oh.
original creator, this is his friend who he based Guts' personality on. So they would talk about it nonstop all the time, right? So he knew all of his plans. He knew the whole story that he wanted to tell and all that. And then when he died, somehow they said, hey, would you be willing to finish the manga for us? And he was like, yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to do it at my time, my pace, so that I honor what he did and I don't, just rush stuff out for the sake of it. So it's been a slow release for them, but it's still cool that they do it.
Well, I mean, if I had some kind of story and I passed away, but I had a best friend who knew all about my story, that's how I'd want it to go.
Yeah, if I was that person, I would immediately edit your story to make it more acceptable for general audiences.
There's no way to edit Berserk to make it more.
I meant your story. You, James.
Oh, well,
your crazy Orthodox nationalist Warhammer 40K story you'd be telling.
Hey, that I don't know about you guys up north in the land of, milk and honey, but down here in America, that story might go over way better than you think. Or
no, these days, yeah.
Or would hope. Because, Christian nationalism, that is all the rage these days.
Yeah, but it's really fun watching the right-wingers tear themselves apart in an argument over Israel. It's been really entertaining watching them get played so fucking hard.
Well, it's like you said, if you fucking get psychotic enough on either direction, you end up in wanting to kill Jews.
Well, did you see Tucker Carlson singing the praises of Sharia law recently?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck, Tucker?
He's a fucking CIA agent.
Probably, but why would he sing the praises of Sharia law?
Because they want to destabilize the organization of the right wing within America, because the left wing is much easier to control, because you just throw fucking bullshit, stupid left and talking points and they freak out and start wearing masks and burning shit down. Whereas the right tends to actually do something politically. You know what I mean?
I suppose.
There's a big difference between the right wing and the Christian right organizing versus a bunch of fucking nose piercings hanging out in Seattle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's because overall the right wing are a lot more like
employed,
capable. So if the right wing all gets together and decides they really want to F something up, you end up with like the FD Murrow building and shit like that. And yeah, nobody wants that. I at least I hope nobody wants that. But yeah, so you got people dressed up in stupid clown costumes protesting in Portland. That's a left-wing riot. Tim McVeigh was a right-wing riot. And interesting side note, Bear, that you may not have known because I may not have told you. He was in my sister unit. He was in like 2-7 infantry. And we were both in the Gulf at the same time. Yeah. But then again, like 100,000 people were in the Gulf. So, it's not that big of a deal. But, yep. He had some American know-how. He proved with just a little fertilizer and a panel truck, you could get yourself executed by the U.S. government. Dumbass. Never believe the info when it tells you there's no children in the area. Because sure as shit there will be. But regardless. Yeah, Berserk is good. I think the thing I like about Berserk, even though I would never run a fantasy game of any type with that kind of vibe, but it is nice every now and then to watch something on a little bit of a darker side of things, but at the end of the day, I tend to want my characters to be
Heroic.
good, valorous human beings that are out there trying to, you know, keep Strigoi and various other supernatural bastards from, destroying humanity.
It's why I like playing clerics.
Well, if we were playing Baptism of Fire, my brother in Christ, you would be playing a priest, not a
Yep.
cleric.
I know.
Unless
Baptism of Fire,
you
okay.
chose to make a character from the Silk Road campaign, in which case you could make an imam.
No thanks. Not on that
Yeah,
one.
you probably wouldn't have a good time in Poland
I
in
wouldn't
like
want to
the 9th
play.
century as a Muslim imam.
I
Probably
wouldn't want
wouldn't
to play
work
a
out
Muslim.
for you very well, but I mean, you could do it, and I would try my best to facilitate that adventure. But yeah, it'd probably end with you being convinced to convert, or a group of town folk burning you for some reason. But then again, maybe not. What if you are like Ibn Rashid, whatever, who was sent to the land in the north as a envoy from, Iraq, Baghdad, right? I mean, because you're a noble, even if you're a Muslim, there is a certain sort of hospitality that any nobility you encounter is expected to pay you, except if you go to Transylvania, in which case they may nail your hat to your fucking head and send your corpse back. But if
They
you
weren't
were to
showing.
go to an actual kingdom, whether
To be,
it's
to be
the
fair, they
land of
weren't showing
Deleuze,
Vlad Tepes any hospitality or anything.
yeah, but he wasn't born for like hundreds and hundreds of years after the baptism of flame takes place.
Yeah.
So you ain't got to worry about him too much. But yeah, if you showed up in the court of the Kievan Rus king, which would be one of the Roriks in this time period, and you were a mom diplomat from wherever, I mean, as long as you kept your diplomacy and showed deference and wasn't a dick, you'd be fine. That's something a lot of people don't know if they don't really look into the history. There was so much like envoys being sent back and forth, left, right, center, trade, and all this and that. And, it wasn't quite as simple as I think some people want to make it. You know what I mean? And there used to be a saying that every Polish man has an Ottoman Turk for an uncle. So, because the Kingdom of Poland would, send their princesses to marry Ottoman nobles and stuff like that. So, yeah, there was a lot of intermingling. But, I mean, if you wanted to play a pagan, I would try to work that into the game. I don't know how well. I mean, as long as you stayed in the wilderness, like the Redlands and shit like that, and you were out there, like doing good stuff, I don't guess anyone would really, unless you made it like super blatant. You know what I mean? Like you did something to offend, like the church or something, then you'd probably be in trouble. But as long as you kept it in your heart, then I don't think anybody would really get crazy about it. But, and as a priest, if you had any powers at all, they would generally be randomly rolled on a list. And all told, there's only like 8 spells in the game, if we could even call them spells, that a priest can get. But there is one important thing that a priest can get that can work out to your favor big time. and that is the ability to perform rituals of exorcism, on the demonically possessed and stuff like that, and against the undead. That's powerful because you have to remember, like in a setting like baptism of fire, every other creature is somehow vampiric and demonic. So, having a priest in the group is definitely a thing.
Oh, shit. It's budget day in Canada. We're going to find out if we're going to go into an election.
We're just going to shut the government down forever, I think.
Yeah, looks like. But this is the thing. Like, I was watching some of the Snap freakouts videos. They've literally got these fucking idiots convinced that Trump's the one who closed the government.
Well, the thing you have to understand is that a lot of people in America
are stupid.
Yes. I mean, you
Canada
interrupted
too,
me and said the stupid thing. I was, out of deference to my fellow citizens, going to say low information voter.
Yeah, we have stupid people in
Canada stupid
too.
Works as well.
Sadly, so many of our judges be stupid too.
Well, I mean, the judges aren't stupid.
You're getting
the
paid,
shit they're doing specifically because they're ideologues.
Well, and they're getting paid.
The people freaking out about the Republicans keeping the government shut down, they're just low information voters. They don't understand that if 3 Democrats, only 3, would vote yes along with the Republicans, the government would be open. Yeah. But the Democrats are trying to hold the government hostage to get what they want. And the Republicans, for the first time, I think, in American history, since maybe the Civil War, the Republicans have somehow magically grown a spine. And they're like, no, we're not doing this shit. One of the things I always used to hate about Republicans is they always tried to take the high road. And it's like, you cannot fight against somebody that's willing to F you over 6 ways to Sunday while you're just convinced you're going to take the high road all the time. No, sometimes you got to play dirty too. If we're playing dirty, we got to be dirty, It's sad, but it is what it is. SOCKS, as my Spanish friends would say. And I mean, it's stupid. You wouldn't even think it would be an issue, but it is. And it's funny because the first thing I woke up to was apparently Canadians rioting somewhere in Canada today or yesterday.
Nope, I don't know about that.
Well, it was basically the Canadians waving the Canadian flag and holding signs saying,
that was a march. Yeah. That wasn't a riot, it was a march.
Well, okay. In America, we have a hard time differentiating the two because often they start as one thing and then they end as, idiots trying to burn down courthouses. So yeah, it's like, and this one dude was up there interviewing the Canadians. I will say this for your country. Both sides were incredibly polite and well-spoken for the most part. I mean, the lefties were a little crazy, but the couple of lefties that actually walked over and talked to the guy, I mean, they were actually trying to make arguments about why they believed what they believed. And the right-wingers, of course, I agreed with totally. They were just like, we've had enough immigration. We've had enough of no one being able to afford shit. And we're done with this. We need something else done,
Yeah.
And as an American, I'm right there with you, brother. This whole idea. And the one guy, what he said, it was so American of him to say this. It was, and this is something you hear Americans say, like at least the good Americans. We don't mind legal immigration. What we do mind is when immigrants come to America and set up little enclaves where they just refuse to integrate into the rest of the whole culture, but they expect us to bow down to their norms. And it's like, well, if you loved living that way so much, why didn't you stay where you were living that way? You know, why did you come here?
I
And
saw
now
Douglas Murray talking to this absolute bitch in Qatar, and she was going on about how, you know, why should the English expect these immigrants, these Muslim immigrants, to be sensitive to English values when they see people drinking? And he didn't say the one thing, which is what I would have said to her, which is, you don't like people drinking, stay in your country. You
because
can't
it's
expect,
England.
as someone arriving in someone else's country, them to change their values for you. But the
Mhm.
problem with the Islamic revolution that is happening on the planet is that they are taught by their culture that they're better than everyone. And you know,
Yeah.
non-Muslim women are whores and animals to be used at their pleasure and things like that. And these
Right.
are horrible things to teach a culture of uneducated desert dwellers, because they believe it. They think it's real.
Yeah.
And then they go to other countries and act like that. And that's going to lead to a backlash that is going to just be fucking make the first Gulf War look like a joke.
It already is. I guess there was like something in England where like the Muslims were all getting together to protest Muslims being abused or something. And like dudes showed up dressed to the nines like Templar Knights.
Yeah.
And one of them literally had the flag of Jerusalem. And they didn't say a word. They just all stood there and stared at the Muslims. And it was just like, oh, so Templars are randomly spawning in parts of the UK. Just, you know, just showing up fully armored with the big helmets on and the whole 9 yards, right? And it's just like, okay, I mean, I'd like this not to end that way, but you know, one thing I know about the British is they're polite to a point, kind of like Canadians, you know.
Yep. Here, let's have a quick moment to make us feel better about the world. Sharing with you, sir.
I want to feel better about the world because, like I said, I woke up happy. And that happens about twice a year. So,
little bit of an argument breaking out here. Whatever the case may be, you put your hands on somebody over a freaking disagreement, you're a freaking loser. You can't control your soy boy temper tantrums. Maybe you should just walk away and call it a day, but instead he takes a big right, a slip-a-doodle-doo, and it's equal rights and lefts being displayed here tonight. I don't care who's right, who's wrong, but the second you start putting your hands on somebody over a disagreement, like I said, you're a freaking loser. Gets up in this woman's personal space, so she ends up creating space in the process, letting this loser know that her hands are rated E for everyone. Now dancing with stars as he slips into the hepatitis sidewalk of hell. Congratulations.
I love that.
Little bit.
That is so great. Hands rated E for everyone.
Yep. Yep.
That is, and that ended way better than I was thinking it was going to, just based on the fact that it was a woman backed up against a wall and some dude.
Be right back.
I was thinking, oh no, it's going to be another one of these. And instead, chick just freaking said, here. Bam. And unfortunately for that dude who, you know, if he hadn't been filmed, would tuck that shit to the grave and never spoke about it. You know, remember the time when I was running my mouth and a chick basically knocked me the F out? Yeah, that shit you take to the grave, right? And he can't, because that shit is on camera and on the internet. And that means forever. Forever, you are the dude that got knocked out by a lady, and you deserved it. And see, what I was hoping as the video was going on, I was hoping the door behind her was going to open up, and like her 6.5 foot tall boyfriend was going to walk out and just, you know, work that dude over, you know. But the chick beating his ass is just as good, you know,
If not better.
if not better. I agree with you 100%, left. If not better. But, you know, I've always been, and maybe this is because I am the father of daughters, I have always been a huge proponent of women taking real martial arts like boxing and karate, not fake martial arts. They're just going to get you killed. And also being armed to the freaking teeth wherever they go. And a lot of people, when they hear me say that, they're like, what? And I'm like, I almost believe in some places, like as soon as a woman turns 18, she should be sent to the range, get a bunch of range time in, and handed a pistol and told, carry this in your purse. If somebody F's with you, just, delete their asses, I think if you did that, a lot of this abuse of women would come to an end pretty quick.
Definitely.
But
Yeah, there's a difference though, and I can tell you this from personal experience. You're right, but at the same time, there's an issue where you have to teach women to not freeze in a fight, because I've seen some women I've known who are tremendous fighters, like great tournament fighters, really good at sparring, and they freeze when they get faced with real aggression.
Yeah, that is actually, like, unfortunately, a biological thing.
I don't know where it comes from, but it's got to be
men and
taught out of
women
them.
both can have it. Well, that's what they call the fight or flight, and all that.
Fight, flight, or freeze. Yeah.
Like deer are renowned for freezing.
Yep.
That's kind of their deal. Their first move when a tractor trailer or your favorite car is bowling down on them is just stand there and stare at you like somehow shit's going to be okay. And no, it's not. Now you got a deer in the front seat with you, blood all over everything, and the front of your truck is wrecked as shit. And that's the good news. The bad news is, no, now you're dead. Because deer kill more people in North America than anything else, literally. And it's because they jump through, windshields to kill people because they're dumb, It's like, yeah, they taste good, but they're stupid. And, but anyway, yeah, it's like a weird biological thing that people... See, that's the whole point of military training, is it trains muscle memory and stupidity into you. Yep. So that when something happens, you don't think. It's like that whole fight, flight, freeze thing don't exist anymore because your whole brain works on this weird algorithm, and it's like enemy sighted, eliminate enemy. You know what I mean? And you've got, of course, there's more to it, but you get what I'm saying, right? Because your average human, the concept of shooting another human being is so alien to your average human. It's just so out there. So people have to be trained to deal with that, which I think is kind of puts humans in a positive light, that we're not all a bunch of savages just running around murdering each other left and right like in the old days or whatever. But yeah, that's the whole thing with the Marines and the Army. You're literally spending all that time training a person to mentally be capable of taking a human life. And yeah, because most humans are not sociopaths or psychopaths or something. They're not just going to be like, oh, killing humans, cool, let's do this. I'll bury them under the cross space. That's just not a thing that your average human being will ever be like. Thank God. But yeah, I've always been a strong proponent of arming women up so that if someone gets in their spot, give them that warning, let them know. And if it becomes a matter of life or death, the woman gets to pick who gets to live and who gets to die, in that situation. And I'll tell you, I've told you, I know, Bear, you've probably heard me say this at least 30 times. My grandmother on my mom's side, her whole life, she had a 38 snub nose in her purse. Like one of those old detective pistols you see in like those old Humphrey Bogart movies, with like the 2-inch barrel, give me the Falcon or whatever, that kind of pistol. And I know for a fact she would use it if she had to. Not that she often would ever have to, if ever, but she knew how to use it, and she would if it come down to it, and I'm just lucky it never. I'm just happy that it never came down to that, Even though they did accuse my grandma of stabbing a guy once, which was really stupid because it wasn't her, it was my uncle. But the guy who called the cops said it was her. And everybody's like, what? She's like 70. There's no way she stabbed you that many times, She was in the house. Looking forward to hunting season in your big truck. Yeah, I mean, people do that. Down here in Florida, that is super common. If somebody hits a deer and whacks it, kills it, they don't leave it on the road, man. They'll stop, throw it in the back of the truck and go. And I have personally no issue with that at all. It's better than letting it sit there and rot and waste and be a problem,
Besides deer turkey.
Yeah. Now, the buzzards may disagree. The buzzards are probably like, look, Jim, F that shit. We got to eat. You know what I'm saying? And if you guys are going to stop and pick up all the roadkill all the time, I mean, you're killing us over here, Slim. You're freaking killing us. But, sorry. Yeah, those little snub-nosed revolvers, man. Did you just put something up for me to add in, Bear? No, it's freaking, look at this guy. Oh my God. I'm glad he's on because I have a huge need for gypsy tears.
What's up, you Roma bastard?
Tears, gypsy.
Yep.
Well, you know the rule, right? According to Sacha Baron Cohen, is gypsy tears will help protect you from witches.
Yeah.
So that's why he was chasing that person down, trying to get their tears. And here we have Saxius.
Hello.
Amongst us.
How are we doing, gentlemen?
Well, I am doing fantastic because for the first time in it feels like a year, I have a Kano online.
Sax, I see you using that term loosely when you say gentlemen.
Well, I mean, my pronoun is warrior.
I shall refer to you as warlord.
Yes, exactly. I am the Ayatollah of rock and rolla.
What up, bitches?
What up, bitches? I love that one meme. I still laugh at it every time I see it, where it's me and Double D hanging out in the graveyard, and Double D's like, I thought you said there'd be chicks here. And I'm like, no, I said there'd be bitches. And Condor's hiding behind a gravestone. It's just like, oh my God.
Fuck.
That guy.
That guy.
I talked to him for like an hour last night at like 3 a.m.
Do y'all make up?
We're not fighting. But he's like, we talk in private messages all the time. He is the guy in the video that looks real weird. And like in the one where he's like in a shitty truck stop bathroom, that's him. Because he's in the memes too, being made fun of. And he showed me a blanket because him and his sister are constantly sending each other custom items that they make that are based around like Big Trouble in Little China or something like that. I'd have to look it up.
Right.
It's like Bruce. A thing with him and his sister.
Don't tell Bruce. He'll get jealous. That's his favorite movie.
Why would he get jealous? I mean, well, because nobody's making him blankets and stuff about that movie.
Yes.
I wonder why.
Well, don't say anything. Janet's in chat, and she's very crafty.
Janet is very crafty. Also, Janet, I gave you the link if you want to jump in and join us, Janet.
I gave her the link too. She's probably
I know she's being
working
Janet.
out.
She's being all Janet right now.
She's working out, or she's relaxing in the bubble bath. You know, it's that time. It's that kind of day for Janet.
She's eating
got shit on her
bonbons.
mind.
She's eating bonbons.
No, I don't think so. From what I
Oh
understand,
my God, Jesus Christ, James! Learn to understand a joke when you hear one. Fucking hell!
Well, I mean, the only joke
I don't
that,
think so.
that,
I don't think she eats bonbons. Dude, I was anyway. Whatever.
that sounds like the peg from Married with Children. She's always eating the bonbons.
It sounds like that paint fumes getting to your brain, buddy.
Well, this is water-based paint.
Well, then you have no excuses.
Yes, I agree.
So who's the oldest brother? You or
I've already told you that.
yeah, by drinking I have concussions.
You have concussions.
I've had concussions.
I mean, what? That Jewish family you cook for, do they beat you?
No, they did not beat me.
I mean, I know they probably call you their Shabbat goy and shit like
He
that.
doesn't work for them anymore, James.
Oh, well, then never mind. That's unfortunate because I've told people we've got a Holiday Inn down here, and a lot of Orthodox, as they call themselves, Jews. What they mean is Hasidim. They come down for Passover for some reason, and they stay at the Holiday Inn Hotel. And if you're non-Jewish and you just kind of hang out around the area, you'll make money because they'll hire you to like come in and flush the toilet or turn the TV on or off or change a channel or like all kinds of like mundane bullshit. You can just be a random dude hanging out and they'll be like, would you flush our toilet? I'll give you a $20 bill. And then you're like, yes, sir. Mr. Weird Fuzzy Hat, black coat wearing dude, I will flush your toilet. I found out why they dress that way, and I have been so like impressed by it since I found out. That's how Polish nobility dressed in 16th century Poland. The big black coats and all that. Yeah. I was like, wow.
Sorry, guys. I thought we were going to be talking about role-playing games and shit. That's why I gave you guys the link to join us. But apparently we're talking about Polish nobility and Hasidic Jews.
It all leads back to baptism
of fire. Fuck me. I'm not bothered.
See, Bear always acts like he's surprised, and yet he knows every time he comes here what we're talking about. Baptism of fire and 40K.
That is a bold-faced lie. We have talked about so many things other than those two things here.
That's true. The other day we were talking about the importance of taxation, which was really interesting because I would have thought somehow magically Saxius would have woke up and been like, wait a minute.
People are calling for me. Well, I will say I have had a very proud moment of my Sunday group as the wizard of the group, after I have explained to him that they're playing in the equivalent of the Americas. It's a new world, everything's new and wonderful. They have to suspend their understanding of what the traditional fantasy world is going to be like. Well, he learned that the goblin warlords that they have just recently overthrown base their entire economy around effectively whatever a tribe produces, we will take a tithe from that, and that will just be whatever. He's now trying to bring in a full taxational system so that they can bring proper colonization to these people and take a percentage of anything that's made.
So you're telling me he's an American wizard now?
He is also American, yes.
Yeah.
He's creating and installing the
is it the
IRS
American RPGer?
No, I was making a joke because I've seen YouTube videos about American wizards.
Well, no, I'm not making a joke. I'm asking because one of the guys I talk to sometimes is the Ultra American RPG guy.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. And I was just wondering if that character was his, and he's like just going on. You know,
It was yeah, no. But it was funny. I was very proud of that player when he just went, Oscar, we need taxation on these lands. I need to find a way to go through all of the paperwork and all of the information so that I can start taxing these goblins better.
see
All
what
right.
Leth and I were talking about was how I use taxation in my homebrew game, which was basically there's toll houses every 10 miles along every major highway, and you have to pay a certain fee. The good news is most of the toll houses have a built-in like inn,
Yep.
so you could stay in them too, or you can just pay the silver. If you come to a road, there's going to be a water wheel, a tavern, and a toll house, probably a tower actually, and you got to pay to cross the bridge. And then if you go out on an adventure and you come back into the city, before you're even allowed in the city, one of the guys hanging out with the gate guards is a beadle, which is a medieval term for a guy who basically like a CPA. So when you come into the castle, as you're standing there, he's going to go over how much wealth you have, and you're going to pay 15% to the crown.
Yep.
Now, my players at first really hated it, and then they just got used to it, especially when I explained to one of them the reason you can safely travel around the kingdom on the King's Road is because your taxes are not only paying for the way stations where you can sleep, but they're paying for the armored guards that patrol between the toll houses.
Yep.
And also the repair of the road. So that's why when you're on the road, your chance of encounter is so much lower, because most bandits don't want to get involved there when they know that there's like, a 10 strong group of armored knights within who knows at any given time.
Yeah,
Yep.
but did they fall victim to the same problem that the rest of Europe had, which was knights got bored and started becoming bandits themselves, essentially by extorting people?
No, because my homebrew game is a fantasized Russia with a czar
Hi,
and
Shadow.
everything like
What's up,
that.
man?
Shadow.
So about every 200, maybe every 150
I gotta go.
years.
Eat. I'll see ya.
Take
Yeah,
care,
Bye,
lad.
lad.
Say hi to Bubba for me.
It's so funny now. Leth has got that reputation. I gotta go.
As I was saying, so roughly about every, I don't know, quarter of a century, there's a revolution, and somebody new is running the Russian Empire.
No.
No,
And actually, the Tsar of Russia before the Soviet takeover lasted for hundreds upon hundreds of years. All the way from the
Romanovas.
first Tsar, which was Ivan,
Ivan the Terrible.
to the last. Well, he wasn't terrible. That's what the Soviets said. He was Ivan the Great.
Ivan who hid the library.
Don't start with your library bullshit. Because I was not doing anything about astrology, the astronomicon,
so
being a
Ivan-
Lucian.
Ivan-
I left that all alone. And then you say library, and I'm on you like stink on shit, son.
I know. I really.
What I want to know is what flavor is a library?
Well, it's the kind of berry when you take them, you can't tell the truth. It's a magical item in my
There
setting now, the
is a
library.
legend. Emperor Ivan's mother had a collection of books that are
Thank you, George.
encrusted with jewels of all types, and it was in a library that somebody built for her. Ivan decided, so fuck this, close the gates, and no one never knew what happened to it.
Oh, you mean like someone who was a noble or ruled a country killed someone related to him? Go imagine.
It's Russia.
It's not Russia. It's every place that was ruled over by nobility.
True.
Remember the nephews of whoever that were locked in the tower to starve? The
They
thing
actually
is-
proved that was more hearsay than not. And
I
you're
don't
talking
know,
about
but
Richter.
the reason they brick people up in rooms and let them starve is because as a noble, you cannot have noble blood on your hands. So you
True.
brick them up and let them starve to death. That's so much better, but you know.
I don't know.
What don't you know? I mean, you wouldn't know much about this since your people were spending all their time like fleeing and hiding in the woods so that they wouldn't get murdered for being gypsies, tramps, and thieves. But then every
Hear
night,
from the people in the town.
yeah. But every night, the men would
All
all
the men would come around and lay their money down. It was crazy.
Yeah. But then again, who doesn't like a traveling whorehouse? I mean, really? That's awesome.
Shadow.
Those married guys, just saying.
In my experience, a lot of married guys actually would be the main customers.
Can relate.
So,
Right. Yeah. Not.
Well, I can.
I mean, I'm not saying I would ever do it, but I did work
Yeah.
with literally a whole crew of married dudes who all did it. And
It's a shame.
No, Nope.
you know why they do it?
because they're not being at home.
No, because they can. And a lot of times their wives are cheating on them too. So I mean, it's like, The thing is, it's easy to talk about. I would never cheat on my wife when you have like a boring.
I was just talking about paying for it.
Okay, paying for it even. When you have a boring, low status job like you work at Lowe's and you help people find 2x4s, it's easy to be like, I would never cheat on my wife. But when you work in a job where young women are just literally throwing their underwear at you and offering you free, no strings attached sex all the time, that's when you get tested. Because the actual temptation is in front of you. You know what I mean?
Come on, Bruce. You know he can never pronounce that.
In the oil field. Well, on the fire department, no one wears their wedding ring either, but that's because we don't want it to get, caught up in something and chop our finger off.
Yeah, I don't wear mine either, but I also don't
It's a safety issue. You don't wear jewelry.
know where it is.
I know where mine is. I keep it special. I look at it. It's made out of tungsten alloy. It's black and it's really heavy.
Like your heart.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. And
I don't know about the tungsten part. I mean,
but like I said, since I worked very dangerous jobs my whole life, I never learned to wear jewelry. Like I can't wear a watch. It just bothers the shit out of me, right? The only jewelry I can wear is my cross.
the same here.
And
Although like it seems like once a month when I'm at the grocery store, when you're loading up your cart,
Mm-hmm.
it gets caught on the shopping cart and I pull up and it snaps off. Kind of irritating.
Never had that problem.
I don't.
Well, when I do it, I'm always in a hurry. When I do anything like that, if I'm doing anything I don't like to do, I do it as fast as humanly possible. Like yesterday when I was unloading packing away all that firewood, I got a cord and a half, almost 2 cords of firewood delivered. The guy, he just dumps it in my driveway, and I'm like, oh shit.
2 cords
Your
of
wife's
firewood. That would be like 4 truck beds.
No, it was one big ass truck.
It has to be because how we measured cords when I used to cut wood in Kentucky with my grandpa.
Yeah, it's like
a
8
full
feet by
truck bed
4
with
feet
half a cord.
by 18 inches, right?
I don't know. It was like his Chevy truck. If you filled the entire truck bed, that was half a cord.
8 by 4 by 4 by 16 deep is a cord.
Yeah. I said 18, but yeah. This is way more than that.
But
Wait.
there, as Americans, we reserve
How
the
many
right to
washing
measure
machines is that?
everything. We reserve the right to measure everything however we want.
I managed.
So
I
I
managed
could
to,
say a quart is literally 52 bananas long. I mean, it's just, we do that. You know,
yeah.
for me,
Yeah, but
a
how long
quart
is
is 2 truck beds of wood.
He's just showing off for Connell and Saxius. So, you know.
Well, mind you,
know
I think
for a
I spent like the last hour and a half of one of my work days going through the math of converting the height of horses into hands, and then figuring out how much a horsepower is in duck power.
in
So
duck power.
in duck power.
That
How-
is an interesting thought.
Ducks.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, ducks. I don't ask me why. It was a weird rabbit hole me and my colleagues got into, and it was just like, yeah, that's what we spent an hour and a half going into.
Hey, you got paid for it, so
We did, and like at the end of the day, we were very proud, and we were basically saying, your car has got X amount of horsepower, which is the equivalent of X amount of thousands or however many ducks that is pulling your car. And we were, yeah,
that's going to be a lot of ducks.
it was a lot of
RPG
ducks.
Dad, hello, sir. How
What's
are
up,
you? I'm a good man. George is an hour behind the stream. Who'd we lose?
How
I
many-
thought there
Yeah.
were 6 of us.
No, left.
Oh yeah, duh.
Listen,
James,
I gotta
so-
go. I gotta goodbye, and he left.
No
Janet
one will be
Showroom.
surprised. But
I mean-
so Connell,
Yes.
I, being a person who is very fond of ancient and odd texts, cannot wait to hear about the Astronomicon.
Jesus fucking Christ. I said that as a fucking joke.
Because I heard about the
Oh,
Necronomicon.
That was no joke. That was no joke.
Hey, Shadow.
I can go get the video. I know where it
Shadow,
is.
shut your whore mouth.
Ah!
My whole mouth is never shut. Hence
I realize that. How else do you keep the lights on?
I mean,
I'm independently wealthy. You know that.
familiar with
Story going on
the
here.
Vermis Mysterious. I'm familiar with the Colton. The
I
Colton
have-
rules.
I have, as always, I have a bad case of mush mouth. Things don't always work out well for me when I open my mouth.
I mean,
The
is that,
Deuce
is
you
that a book
say.
that's devoted to like contact?
Have you ever thought of sign language?
Yog Sothoth or something? You know,
I guess so. You're pretty fluent from what I can tell.
I
would
think I need
stick
an
to that.
interpreter for that.
that's pretty much the extent of the sign language everyone in Chicago knows.
What about
I'm not
That's
Italian enough
Italian,
for
and
that
that's
one.
New York.
Anyways, yes, I
wait a minute.
misspoke
You're
and
telling me Chicago never had any gangsters? Come on.
They did Al Capone.
Sounds like an Italian name to me. I was just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, no, I misspoken.
you know what, Shadow?
Hmm.
I bite
I'm
my
listening.
thumb at thee.
For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
That's right. Do you bite your thumb, sir? I do bite my thumb. Do you bite your thumb at us, sir? Is the law on my side if I say yes? No. Anyway, sorry. Romeo and Juliet. Just left work. That's the best feeling in the world
No, telling your boss to
for
go
a lot of
fuck
people.
off is the
For a lot
best
of
feeling in the world.
What?
No, telling your boss to go fuck himself or to fuck off is the best feeling.
I,
in the
I, I
world.
don't know. Yesterday I had, like I was saying with the firewood, I had 2 hours to move it and get it in place before the wife got home. I thought there is no way on God's green earth I am going to get this done, get dinner made for me and the boy, and be ready for a show somehow miraculously I kicked it into overdrive, and I was just freaking tore up, spent, freaking exhausted when it was done. I'm like, oh my god, I did it.
Okay.
That was a great feeling.
But shoving 2 frozen burritos in the microwave for 60 seconds is not really cooking.
Wow.
That's not what we had. We actually had smoked sausage and pasta. So good luck microwaving that. No.
Well, Shadows in the past had made comments if he can't microwave it, he doesn't deal with it.
No, I said if it takes more time to cook it than it does to eat it, it's not worth my time. But 15 minutes is acceptable. Maybe 20.
Oh my god.
I don't worry about because my wife does the cooking.
Yeah, if I let my wife serve me her cooking, I wouldn't be here to have these wonderful conversations
Why?
because she's a terrible cook.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because she was the baby of the family, so she never got taught how to cook, and even then they were so dirt poor that every meal consisted of water and things thrown in it.
Okay, so you're
Right.
saying they ate a lot of soup.
A lot of soup, rice, and beans, and yeah, it's just. And they use vegetables that I, growing up, I'd never seen, like the green tomatoes and the chayote and cactus and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, we don't eat that here because we have money. Sorry, not doing it.
You know, if you go to a Mexican
Wow.
restaurant, you actually have to pay quite a bit to get cactus.
Yeah, I know. And my yard's full of it, so it's free. And pomegranates.
There for a second, Shadow, I thought you had the atypical white guy problem. It had too much of this thing called flavor. That's why you don't like
No. Soup takes all the flavor out of the meat and then throws it into the water, which
Look, first off, I will not stand by and allow some filthy gypsy to talk shit about white guys. You just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is a peppermint and mayonnaise too spicy for you there, James?
No, I love mayonnaise.
I had some with my chicken sandwich today.
Hell yeah. Mayonnaise is great. And you have to remember, Connell, you're talking to the guy that once OD'd on Vindaloo. So yeah, don't test me, my gangster. I eat Indian food all the time. Now my wife doesn't, but she makes delicious beef stroganoff. She makes everything she makes is delicious. So there you go.
Right.
And so the question is, as the leader of your home, why in the hell have you not bought your wife a cookbook and told her to get to it?
Because she works and doesn't get home until way after.
Okay, you got me.
And not only that, because of her lupus, there's a whole lot of stuff she can't eat that me and the boy are not going to stop eating. So her and her mom, they eat traditional Mexican food, and Jackie and I eat whatever the hell we want.
Like House said, if you don't know what it is, it's lupus.
Yep. And it's a fucked
Mayonnaise
up.
is not spicy. Yeah, I know that's something that people, they've got it into their mind that the culture that literally sold completely around the world, jacking spices from everyone, never used it. I don't know where they got that idea. But really, the two spices you actually need in your entire life forever is salt and pepper. You don't actually need anything else. This ain't a clown show. We're not trying to impress anyone. I mean, what kind of idiot's going to throw a bunch of spices on a beautiful porterhouse?
All you need is salt and pepper.
A little salt and pepper, maybe butter.
Although I am a big fan of the mixed peppercorn pepper.
Yeah.
But that's
Got
about
the
as
red
bad
and
as
white
it
and black in the grinder.
gets.
It's like,
Sometimes green.
there's one reason why people spice the shit out of their food. You know what it is?
Because it's unpalatable otherwise.
Their food sucks. That's why they do it. They're like, oh, we're eating garbage. I got a good idea. Let's just put so much spice on it that we can't tell we're actually eating trash. But meanwhile, if you happen to be from, a wealthy area or something, and you're sitting there eating like a fresh cooked porterhouse, you're not going to drown that shit in curry seasoning. What's wrong with you?
Although I'll give Daryl a thumbs up. Garlic is good on.
Well, garlic goes in everything. I don't count it as a spice, though.
You need thyme, you need butter, you need shallots. You need a cast iron pan. You don't need a grill.
Spice.
Listen to this guy. You need shallots. What a snob. What a snob.
Or shallots with green onions?
It's basically a super onion, really.
Okay. Not
like if you listen to a lot of cooks, if you listen to a lot of cooks, they'll tell you any recipe that requires onions, substitute shallot, and it'll be better. And they're not wrong. But the problem is, like 2 little shallots in a plastic container costs more than a whole freaking big bag bushel of freaking onions. So I mean, you do what you do, right? James is channeling Cartman. Get in the kitchen and make me some pie. She does when I ask.
Yeah, that's the other thing. She can't bake. Her entire family, as far back as ovens go, their oven was only, it served 2 purposes: to store the pots and pans, and to, on occasion, make empanadas or something like that. Otherwise, they never use the damn oven. And I use the oven every single freaking day.
See, I'm not questioning your gangster because you did marry a person that's Mexican. But all the Puerto Ricans that I worked with, they deep fried their empanadas.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else, but yeah, their family's absolutely amazing.
A stuffed dumpling is what we're talking about, like a Mexican pierogi.
Okay, I'm thinking of something else then.
Yeah.
But like every Christmas, I'll make like cookies and fudge and brownies and just like give them a crap ton of that stuff because I know they all have diabetes. Wow.
Don't say that on the channel, man. If somebody drops dead, you might have the cops showing up around your house.
They're already on their radar for all the negative shit you do. So,
I mean,
the door's open. I could use a nice long uninterrupted freaking break. Even after all that work I did yesterday, I could only sleep like 5 hours, and then I was up early for some stupid fucking reason.
As a person who's had multiple close family members go to prison for like actual long periods, let me tell you, if they put you in prison, Shadow, pretty as you are, you're not going to have a break.
Oh, there'll be a break. 5-second break between inmates.
Your dance card will be full there, Shadow.
That's a real pretty haircut, lady. Why is your mouth pussy unshaved? What's that all about? You got to shave that mouth pussy down, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, the Saxius, just so you understand, that is my crass way of saying you don't want to go to prison.
I don't. I don't think I ever will.
Saxius cracked the cunning code by any chance?
I'm pretty certain that if I ever got any kind of lengthy time in prison, I would just off myself.
Well, no, the reason I stop and explain something like that to Saxius is because I know the language I use, you guys barely understand. So I can only think that a guy in the UK that's actually Danish got to have a little bit harder of a problem, because I use so much jargon, slang, and patois, But yeah, at the end of the day, no one wants to go to prison. I know a lot of people who did. None of them came out being like, damn, that was awesome. I can't wait to go back. I especially feel bad for my younger brother because he's only like 5'4". So
Hunger?
No. I have like 5 or 7 brothers. I forget.
Yeah, but you never mention them by name, so I just assume that when you're talking about a brother, it's got.
Well, I don't want to mention them by name in case they're watching, but I will mention this. His name is Steve.
Oh, okay.
Everybody calls him Steve. Everyone calls him Steve-O. He's the one that the guy owed $15 to for a bag of weed. And the dude who was a big dude said, well, I'm not paying you and there's nothing you can do because you're a little bitch, right? So Steve threw a quart jar of kerosene on him and lit him on fire. State of Kentucky frowns upon that. They're not fans.
Well, what's a brother to do? He wanted his $15.
Well, I would say you don't give anybody any product unless they got cash.
There you go.
But, I mean, he shouldn't have been doing what he's doing anyway, which was selling pills, I think.
Well, or selling weed.
No, I'm pretty sure it was pills.
Oh,
In Kentucky, it's pills. It's always pills.
okay.
It's like I know guys who used to go into Daniel Boone National Forest to grow massive quantities of marijuana, but that was only to drive down south and sell in Florida. But up there, those assholes will literally break into like a veterinarian office to steal the oxy that the vet has for pets because they're all addicted to fucking oxy. Or as they politely call it up there, hillbilly heroin. So, yeah. And then, of
So
course,
anyway,
you got
who's
your
running
bikers.
games in the near future since we're off on this fucking topic?
Well, no. You got your bikers, and they show up and rent a
Okay,
trailer
we're staying on this topic. Never
somewhere
mind.
shitty, right?
All right, well, there we go.
And then they cook meth. But then they sell the meth local, but some of the meth they transport out west to sell. And those guys you got to watch out for. Like if they've got their actual patch on the back of the jacket, look on the front of the jacket. And if they've got like a 1%er tag, you do not want to fuck with that guy. Because he's letting you know that he is a criminal by life choice. And he'll kill you. So what people in my area do is they wait till the bikers are out town and burn their trailers to the ground. And it worked. They had to move to another area. So, see, things work out if you just have faith in God
Absolutely.
and arson.
I'm living proof.
So, And what's funny is this is all of the non-woo-woo shit about Kentucky. We haven't even started talking about the Giants in Eastern Kentucky, the dogmen.
Yeah, but after all that discourse on the drug addicts of that locale, I gotta wonder if it's all not just hallucinations.
This is why it's okay to like let the dough rise a day before, and then you go and you make your pie, and it's okay for it to take an hour to eat or an hour to cook it in the oven. Or if you got a fucking egg barbecue grill, you can set your temperature to 700 degrees, and it comes out within like 8 minutes. Yeah.
What, pizza?
Pizza.
Well, as an Italian,
What's up, Bruce?
Mm-hmm.
you really have nothing to look forward in your entire life except for food.
Wow.
So
Actually,
it's no wonder that your food is really good because it's literally the only positive thing about your culture.
Excuse me.
Have you not seen their women?
I was gonna say.
Well, I
Have you
do
seen
know the
Italian
new leader of Italy is kind of definitely nice looking. She's a nice looking chick.
She's okay. She's like a 6, dude.
Yeah, for her age, she's a nice looking chick. Oh, that girl in the one video that you asked to is that girl.
Fucking
That's the girl that Shadow was going off
Can't
on.
win for losing,
She
eh?
was a 10 out of 10 bear.
Yeah, he and I talked. I actually found her Insta. She's very pretty.
Yeah, so no,
Which
I
girl?
can't
Which
talk
woman?
smack because if someone said, "Hey, you can never eat any ethnic food ever again except for one type of ethnic food," that would be Italian. I'd be like, "Well, fuck Mexican and Japanese and Chinese and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm keeping Italian because I love my spaghetti
Give up veal parmesan? Never.
and I love my Well, actually, spaghetti is my main thing. Actually,
That way you don't got to watch me eat. I'm fucking starved.
well, eat. If you're starving, eat. It took me a long time, but I got over the weirdness of seeing other people eat or eating in front of other people. Well, no, I still don't eat in front of other people, but I don't care if you eat.
So, Bear, did you play a game last night?
Why are you dragging me into this?
He did. He
Why?
did. In fact,
I'm
play a
sitting
game
here
last night.
quietly working on my shit, not talking, letting you guys talk about murder and meth and Italian food and ugly women. I'm just letting y'all go.
Listen,
Then
I think the
Connell's like,
Italians have a lot
"Ah,
to look forward to.
Sure, come here. I want you in on it. Fuck you, Connell. Okay?
Hey,
When you learn how to pronounce library, we can have a conversation.
Hey,
Donald.
be easy on him. He's trying to get as many prescribers as he can get.
Connell, instead of mispronouncing library, just go ahead and call it the biblioteca.
I told him that the other day. Donde es biblioteca?
Right? That it just means the same thing except in Spanish. So
Yeah, I saw it too, George. It was really good.
what? Saturn Rising?
But I gotta say, Bear, how is it that I'm the only one who heard what you said about the wish cannon, and they didn't just run with that? Dear God, the biggest problem in the game would be over in like a snap of a finger. Holy shit! Now I know why you wouldn't let me in that game.
No, the reason I wouldn't listen to the game is because it was full. Their biggest problem is they don't fucking listen. That's their biggest problem in that game.
What
This
game was I
listening is
listening
not
to
a
a couple
strong suit
days
for this
ago?
group.
I think it was
What?
Bruce's game where I literally listened to the players argue with each other for, I kid you not, 2 hours.
What?
That
the
sounds like
fuck?
Bear's game, but it could have been Bruce's game. I didn't.
No,
catch
it was Bruce's game. Because I sometimes when I stream on Saturday and Bruce is doing, I'll put him in like a window so people can see what he's doing while I'm talking shit. And they were just like not wanting to agree on anything. And I'm
I
just
love
like,
my group.
I was just like, all right, well, I
Which
mean,
group was this?
Oh,
you
hey,
were playing
Bruce.
the percentile game that
Oh.
day.
Hey,
Yeah,
Bruce,
that
did you know I'm in a game with Magnus?
No,
Yeah, I'm in Nerdy Ogre's Dead Rain game.
Yeah, he wanted me to be in it, but I told him I don't play online and I'm a dick.
All hang on, wait. Checks out.
It does.
Facts.
I do not play online because I'm an asshole and nobody needs me running their game. And I'm way worse than Hungar because at least Hungar will crack jokes and then vanish. Not me. I'm hanging out and I'm being critical of everything. So yeah, I'm the worst person ever to be in a game. People need to stop inviting me. But to be fair though, the character Nerdy Goblin made to try to tempt me to play was kind of badass. It was like a mix between a firefighter and Ghost Rider. So it looked like a skeleton, but wearing firefighter gear and on fire. And I was like, that is kind of cool, though. That would be kind of a cool thing to play, you know?
It sounds kind of like the character I'm playing without the
Maybe
fire.
he made
No. I just made my own character.
maybe you got it, but he sent me like the AI images and shit. And I was like, I got to admit, that's badass. You know? Like the avenging firefighter that died in a fire and now I'm out here doing shit. Like a revenant, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, you know, the preacher in Pell Rider or the dude that rides into the town in High Plains Drifter. A lot of people don't know that, but the whole book, The Crow, was literally based on High Plains Drifter.
The author wrote that book because his girlfriend, like a year past, was killed in a car accident, and he was pissed off.
that was James O'Barr's way to cope.
Yeah,
Yep. So he must have watched High Plains Drifter and created Eric Draven, who comes back from the dead to get revenge because of whatever, right? Because Clint Eastwood's character in High Plains Drifter is the marshal that those bandits beat to death.
They never, they never
It's suggested but never confirmed.
confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah, when the little guy says to him, "Mister, you never told us your name," he looks at the grave of the marshal and then looks at the little guy and says, "You know my name." And he rides away.
That's
and he
not a
vanishes.
confirmation. That's a hint. That's you can
And
take.
well, of course, it's supposed to be a hint.
It could be the guy's brother.
He vanishes into thin air.
That's just
He's
the desert
riding,
for you.
and then he's not there.
That's just desert magic.
I have no response. What did he like?
Seriously.
He entered an
What the
area
fuck?
where like
Did you
four
just give
ley
up
lines
mid-statement,
crossed.
mid-thought? What happened?
Yeah, I was trying to pronounce the word in my head. I'm like, yeah, this is not going to go over well. I'm just going to say desert magic, sand magic.
That's what happened. There was like 4 or 5 ley lines out there, and he rode into them, and then the ley line magic hit, and he just vanished
High
into
Plains
like another
Drifter
dimension or
is a
something.
Deadlands movie, or is a Deadlands adventure.
Right?
Could be.
It could be.
I actually like Deadlands first edition quite a bit.
I
Yeah,
have
I
it.
got
You
suckered
can
into
still-
buying the new Kickstarter,
Mm-mm.
and I'll probably just be giving that away.
You can still buy the original orange covered Deadland books on Amazon.
Yeah,
They
they're
never
not that
stop making
expensive.
them. They never stop making them.
Can you really sucker a hoarder into buying anything?
A hoarder.
What?
in-
Yeah, because I thought it was a more or less the original game, but it's not.
No, it's not. It's Savage Worlds, and they changed the setting. Entirely.
The new Kickstarter, is that Savage?
Savage Worlds, and they changed the
All the
entire-
more reason to get rid of it.
I mean,
You
if
should
you
be-
like Savage Worlds, it's awesome.
I can't stand it.
A lot of people really like Savage Worlds.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I'd
But
rather
at-
play. I'd rather play GURPS, and if we're going to play GURPS, can we just play Rifts instead?
There is a whole group of older gentlemen at my local game store called the Graybeard Gamers. They have a club name, and all they play is Savage Worlds, like just nonstop. Savage Worlds this, Savage Worlds that, and every time it's some different thing, though. You know, like Savage Worlds Old West, Savage Worlds World War II, Savage Worlds, Wall Street Banker. I don't know. But that's all they do, and they love it because they said it's so simple they can do whatever they want.
I mean, fair.
Personally, I don't care for it, but hey, those guys are cool as shit, though. They're all like way older than me. They're a bunch of 70-year-old dudes. So when I hang out with them, I'm like the kid.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's like these old crusty gamers, like 2 of them are ex-teachers that retired from being teachers their whole lives. And they're just hanging out playing Savage Worlds every Saturday and ordering pizza from the local Domino's. And if I join in the game, then I get a free couple pieces of pizza and I get to play the game that I don't really give a shit about. But sometimes it's just cool to hang out with friends, right?
Absolutely.
Especially if you're playing a great game like Baptism of Fire. I'm sorry, guys. I really like Baptism of Fire. And I actually really love the Vikings book he come out with. I mean, it's really cool. Now, Saxius is going to have to get the PDF and read it and let us know how accurate he is. Usually Pundit's pretty accurate when he researches history. But, I mean, you might know more about it since he's basically jacking your culture.
That's it, Zaxxus. Welcome to the world where you are a stereotype. Hope you enjoy the visit.
Yep.
That's all right. I'll embrace it.
That's okay. I'm the expert on all things Canadian, apparently.
Well, naturally. Who else would
Well,
return
you're
to-
the expert on all things Canadian when I'm concerned because, I mean, I don't know much about Canada except for my limited experiences there, and you live there. Bubba! Sounds like endless one
what's up,
shot.
Bubba?
It kind of is, Bubba. Like none of their campaigns last more than like 2 or 3 months. But I guess when you're that old,
You can't really plan
don't
that
want
far
to
ahead.
invest in a 3-year campaign because you could die at any minute. So, you're just like, okay, this time we're doing this, and then they do it. Now, the owner of the comic shop, who does not play modern D&D, he plays AD&D. When they sit down to play a game, he picks the level of the game. He writes out the whole everything that he needs to write out for the game. They play the game. It generally takes about 4 months, and then all of those characters are retired until he writes out the next game. And he has been doing that for like 40 years now. And sometimes he'll write out an adventure where old characters you played like a year and a half ago come back to do shit. But basically, he runs his D&D game like classic Star Trek, kind of, where like every episode kind of stands on its own.
Right.
They have a name for that when you run
Episodic?
games. Episodic. He runs AD&D 2nd edition episodic. And not with the same characters. And I said, when we were talking about it, I said, that's pretty weird. And he's like, well, it works for me. I've been doing it for 4 decades. And I said, okay, Phil. I mean, what am I going to say? The guy owns the biggest chain of comic shops in Florida. And he's been running D&D with his group for like 4 decades. So he must know something. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it works for him. It works for his groups. That's the main thing, really.
Yep. I mean, it sounds kind of cool to me because it's like no one ever has time to be bored. You know what I mean? It's like he says, you're all making 5th level characters, and then there's an adventure you go on. And then you're done. And then he says what the next thing is. And you get to make totally new characters and go on this next adventure, which takes between 4 and 6 months. And then if you complete the things, you get the feast and the king loves you, and then you're done until the next thing. And, it's like, I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, that's actually not bad, in a way.
Well, it means you can also have a chance to explore different things that maybe you wouldn't normally do when you go in for serious
Exactly.
long-term campaigns where you're thinking like, oh, well, this is my way of thinking. Oh, have we got the optimization? Have we got have we got the thief? Who's playing the cleric and who's good at this? It gives you a chance to say, all right, well, let's try this out.
Yeah. See, where's my Kaliningrad campaign? Because he and I talk on Facebook and direct messages about how our campaigns are going and whatever's going on, and why his store's 90% Funko Pops now. My Kaliningrad campaign went for 10 years, a decade. And when I tell the stories about Stojanov Keep and Joseph Stojanov getting leading an army and getting kidnapped by, the Archduke of the Westerfold and all that shit, that's all part of the Kaliningrad campaign. Except, obviously, I stole the name of the keep from Ruins of Adventure because that SSI computer game, deeply affected me. If I had millions of dollars, I would buy the rights to that game and have it redone with better controls and graphics, but in every other way left identical. Because it really is that good of a game.
Which game?
Polar Radiance.
Oh.
But
Also known as Ruins of Adventure.
if you buy it in book form, it is Ruins of Adventure, yes. But it's still Polar Radiance. So if you were playing the Polar Radiance computer game, but you owned the module Ruins of Adventure, you could literally look at the maps and shit and they would match up. And if a room says there's 6 hobgoblins in it in the book, if you go into that room in the game, there would be 6 hobgoblins. You know? Such a great game. And if you decide to leave town, Bruce, and I'm sure you did this because, me and you,
Yep.
we're kind of like that kind of guy. If you travel far enough north and west, you end up getting ambushed by like a really powerful band of people from Zintel Keep.
Yes.
And that is not fun.
No.
So you kind of want to stay around Flan and that little area there. Because, Zintel Keep's up here. And, I don't know if you know Forgotten Realms, like old school good Forgotten Realms, like modern Forgotten Realms. But, yeah.
I forgot a couple of characters, so I had to update the cover.
I'm unhappy.
You can still see
Okay.
your gothy chick
Never
on the
mind, I'm
side.
happy.
Relax.
I'm
Okay.
happy. I see her.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
I thought you got rid of my big hip goth chick, and I was starting to get a little bit like, what the
Nope.
F?
Though it does look like Monolith's downward arm is punching her right in the twat. So I don't know. I might adjust that.
Well, you got to keep them in line. These goth chicks are crazy, man. But anyway, you didn't tell us who the new characters were. You just took it off and didn't.
Because you started getting all antsy in the pantsy, and I know to walk away from you when you do that. Here,
No,
back.
don't walk away. Just relax for a second and then go on about what you were going to do.
So the only 2 new characters are Huracan and Turbo Fox.
Turbo Fox?
Yeah, he's a speedster.
Okay, that's not.
Well, I could tell just by looking at him what his powers were.
And she's a crazy Latina.
Do they
Is there
come in
any
any
other
other flavor?
kind?
Let's be honest. As a
Is there
person who
any
married and
other-
divorced one, are there sane Latinas? I don't think that's a thing.
No, there must be.
Yeah, there are.
Really? Why didn't you marry one?
I tried, but well, it's a long story.
She was sane.
That's part of it, I suppose.
Okay, well,
Well, in the end, she did kind of. Anyways, I don't want to talk about it.
look, here's the thing. I will concede this point. She was a red-headed Puerto Rican. So her craziness could have been the Latina or the redhead. I'm not 100% sure. But the crazy was definitely there. Then again, my first wife was a redheaded Italian whose grandma was literally born in Napoli. And she was crazy as shit too. So I think it might be redheads.
Yes, it is.
Like there's a gene.
Says the ginger.
So as what's his name said, humans are descended from apes, redheads are descended from cats.
That explains Prince Harry being a giant freaking pussy whipped pussy.
A giant pussy whipped pussy.
Yeah.
It's a very, very
Eloquent.
descriptive. Seriously, you are a master of the language, sir.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. That explains Prince Harry being a giant cunt.
There you go. Now you got the language.
Yeah, let's use some British UK Commonwealth language over here. Because in America, we would never say that. But hanging out with you guys has been a bad influence. Now I'm saying cunt and twat, calling people tits.
Or expanding your vocabulary. Think of it as your new special words that you can use.
Right, talking about punching people in their gobs.
Exactly.
It's like,
You will be able to now swear in a way where the people will go, did he really just say that?
yeah, my fellow Americans are going to look at me like, is this guy trying to cosplay Bill Butcher or something? What's going on here? Oh, Bill Butcher. And one of my other favorite actors is just in the show too, Bear.
Jonathan Eccles.
No. I already went through how he was like one of my favorite actors. No, the guy who played their dad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He's in
If
the
you
show
talking
now.
about boys,
Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah.
yeah.
I forget his first name.
I've
Yeah.
actually never seen. I
Dean
don't think
Morgan.
Dean Henry Morgan. Yeah, that's it. Henry Dean Morgan, something like that.
He's in
Ben-
the show too, so I'm even like, okay, you've got Carl Urban, one of my favorite male actors of all time, and then you had the guy who played Soldier Boy, who I loved in Supernatural,
Jensen Ackles.
and now you got the dad. I'm like, damn,
Well,
these
there was
guys.
a joke. I don't know how true it was, but there was a joke that Sam's supposed to be making an appearance as well.
He is next season.
Oh my God, that will be just something.
There will be no dry seats in James's house.
Hey, I'm secure enough in my manhood that I'm not threatened by your bullshit. I know what I like. Okay.
I'm just going with the vibe that you're throwing out there, Hoss.
Am I sound like I got a little bit of a man crush on some people? Maybe it's true.
Did you just call him Haas?
Yeah,
He did.
Wow.
I've
Which
used the term.
really,
Cenk Younger. What's up, Cenk?
really is like not insulting to me because Hungar's actual nickname that I always call him is Haas.
I've used the term Hoss off and on YouTube for years now.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I'm not offended by it.
Yeah, you and Venger Satanus.
It's like, well, they're both Midwesterners, but yeah, Hungar told me it's okay if I call him Haas online now. It's not his legal name or anything. It's just, look, no one in my family ever calls anybody by their legal name. In real life, I will share something with you. In real life, they call me Chip.
Why Chip?
Why not? Oh my God, that's delicious.
Because apparently, as the legend goes within my story, I was born with a chip on my shoulder. So by the time I was 6 or 7, everyone just started calling me Chip because apparently when I was a little kid, I had an attitude about everything, right? Haas, I think my mom named after Haas Cartwright because he was always like, I was always really small and he was big as shit. And then when I joined the Army and I came home, all of a sudden I was a head taller than him. You know what I mean? And he was like, what happened to you? And I was like, I guess 3 meals a day and working out on time, made me grow, right? But yeah, none of them no one in my family actually calls it, which is good because if you're committing a crime, right? And somebody calls and says, hey, let's go. And they call you, that's not even your name. So who cares? I just made that last part up as a positive. But yeah. They call me. Yeah.
Nice.
They
George.
call me tater salad.
They call
And,
me
like,
your salad.
All of
They
my
call you
uncles,
potato salad?
all of
That's
my
weird.
uncles have nicknames that have nothing to do with their actual names. It's just like my uncle Patrick, his nickname is Hank. And my uncle Lincoln, his nickname is Lank. You see what I'm saying? Hank, Lank. It's just a thing, We
So
never
which one do you use? Blank.
We never call Steven Steven. We always refer to him as Steve-O.
Steve-O.
I was waiting for Skank.
That would be one of my aunts, actually.
So
Now, we don't call her that to her face, but she's earned that title, let's just say.
Cheers,
That looks like a nice, delicious glass of iced tea.
this
No
is
pleasure.
Oktoberfest, bruh.
Hey, good for you. I'd rather have the iced tea.
Are you talking about unsweetened iced tea?
I don't put sugar in tea. I don't put milk in tea.
What the fuck? What type of deviant would do that?
What?
That
Not
sounds
put sugar
terrible.
in tea?
That sounds. Why would you put milk in tea?
Because you put milk in tea,
Milk
you
in
put
tea.
cream in coffee. Otherwise, you're a
British-
fucking savage, which we
people
now know
treat-
you are. But
British
you're also
people
wearing a
treat
tuxedo
food-
muscle shirt. So really, you're not one to give us commentary on what is classy or proper.
British
Well,
people treat tea the same way we treat coffee. It's served hot in a cup sometimes
I can't
with
take
sugar
any
and
advice from the Brits.
milk.
I can't take cuisine advice from the Brits. They have all the spices. Their food sucks. They can fix this fucking. They can fix the food.
We've had this argument. Their food does not suck.
It
A
does.
nice roast beef with gravy, brown gravy, mashed potato, and peas and carrots is amazing. And anyone who doesn't like that is just, I don't know, crazy.
I always thought that was an American dish. I never have eaten that over in London. I tried the beans. I tried the porridge. I tried the other iconic British foods.
What, you don't like Yorkshire pudding? Yorkshire pudding's amazing.
I'm good. You can have my shit.
It's just like a puff pastry cooked in beef fat.
You can have all my shares of
Or
that.
duck. Using duck fat's good.
Yeah, I don't care for duck, but whatever.
You don't like duck. I don't like lamb.
See, I love lamb. Last time my wife took me to Circus de Brazil, I ate so much lamb that I had the meat sweat so bad that I fell asleep in the car before we got out of the freaking parking lot.
I will eat duck. I will eat lamb. Both
You
of them.
won't eat lamb?
No, I will eat both of them, duck and lamb, and it's delicious.
I've had turducken. Does that count?
I've heard that my problem is I live in America and no one in America actually knows the correct way to cook duck.
I've heard this.
And that if I actually went to like France or somewhere and ordered the duck Della whatever, it would probably be amazing. Or not Della, but a la,
I mean,
they kick ass because there's apparently you're supposed to take the breasts off and like butter it up and like fry it face down and then fuck with it and say some magic words. And
is this true, Connell?
And it comes out really good.
It was true.
About duck. Remove the breast, fry it face down.
Yeah, you gotta fry the skin on the breast face down in butter.
You remove the breast. James is right. You remove the breast from the duck. You score the fat lines. Then you pan fry it once again in cast iron, preferably, or copper. Copper normally does a little. That's besides the point. That's inside baseball.
Yeah.
But with your seasonings, and then if you really want to, you can throw it into the oven momentarily for 5 minutes just to finish it out. You want medium rare on duck. Duck should not be cooked all the way through. Then you serve with some asparagus or vegetables of choice.
Yeah,
and you can make the gravy you get from it is amazing.
Yeah. So I will take Connors as an expert on this since he is actually a cook. And I think just every time I've had duck, it's been cooked by people who didn't know how to cook a duck. They thought, oh, it's a bird, so I'll cook it like I cook a chicken. And then you end up with this muddy, greasy thing, and you're just like, God, I'd literally rather eat a groundhog than this.
Well, groundhog, you need no.
which I would, because groundhog is
good. Connell. That was good.
You need a thick mustard.
See, Connell, I don't know if you've actually been taught to cook groundhog, but I've ate groundhog. Bubba's gonna bounce. Bubba, don't bounce. Just don't go away in anger. That's all. Don't look back in anger. And plus, I love you. My brother from the Commonwealth.
Fucking groundhog.
Now, I gotta say that for Americanized pizza, I'll take Americanized pizza over Italian pizza every day.
Well, yeah, because we actually put stuff on our pizza.
Well, they put stuff on their pizza too, but literally they will look in the fridge and grab item from fridge, maybe spoiled, maybe getting close to that, and they will put it on pizza.
Yeah, but that's how it was originally made.
Correct.
All right.
I like the American version 200 years later after we have established Manhattan and the boroughs as one of the capitals of fine eating. I'll take
dude,
that.
You've obviously watched Alton Brown talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because he has like a whole 2-hour freaking documentary about the Italians coming over
Yes.
and getting jobs building buildings in New York. And all of a sudden they had all this money and they didn't know what to do with it. So they went down to the butcher shop and they're like, holy shit, we can get all this meat cheap. And that's when you started getting meatballs and spaghetti. Because you weren't getting that shit in Napoli, believe me.
No.
You were getting some watered down fucking tomato gravy on pasta.
And
But
with-
in
with-
New York, boy, they were hooking it up.
Italian noodles are good. I'm not gonna say they aren't, but they are a copy off of the Orient's noodles.
Right.
Thank you, Marco Polo.
Pretty much everything people think of as high-end, delicious Italian food was invented in Manhattan and the boroughs.
Yeah, and if I will always go with Americanized Italian food over what I sampled in Europe. I not that food's bad; it's a foundation, but what we have here, oh my god.
Same with Chinese food. That's why when you're out looking for a Chinese restaurant to go to, you look for the one with the New York style Chinese food sign in the window, because they're letting you know you're not going to be eating chicken anuses or something.
Well,
you're going to
If
actually
you anywhere outside the fucking Chinese or Chinatown on either coast, if you go to a Chinese restaurant and like the windows for the ordering, if they have the faded photographs of the various orange chicken or various other Mongolian beef, but it's about maybe 10 years it's saturated in sun,
yeah.
that place is going to be fire. You're gonna enjoy a really good meal.
I love Mongolian beef. And it is the simplest thing to cook for yourself, but it's just easier to order.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Okay. Because all Mongolian beef is you take like a giant wok and you take thin layers of beef and layers of onion and you layer them. Beef, onion, beef, onion, beef, onion, beef, onion, right? With salt and pepper. And then you slow cook it. That's it. And it's called Mongolian beef because apparently that was Genghis Khan's favorite thing to eat ever. So, if you were a member of the Golden Horde and you were a cook, you better know.
I was. That's a coincidence. I was, in fact, a member of the Golden Horde. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. I used to bounce at the Golden Horde. My apologies.
The Golden Horde. Listen, you could have been in a past life.
No such thing as past lives.
Shadow, I know. Come on, man.
You don't know that.
No, I'm pretty sure I do know that.
You're
Yeah, I can't
assuming.
think of. I can't
You're
think
making
of a more
assumptions. You're
existence.
making assumptions.
I
one
can't
does
think
not
of a
know.
more hellish existence.
Hey, yes.
You know
I-
what?
Literally, you want to live in a world where I could actually be your dad?
No, I won't live in a world where you come back as a cactus, you prick.
I mean, okay, Connell is
That's a
not
double
wrong
entendre.
to say what he says because I literally don't know. I have a thought about it, but I don't know because I literally don't know anything.
I'm starting to see the difference between Orthodoxy and Catholicism. Orthodoxy says, well, I don't know, but I have a belief. Catholicism goes, you're wrong. No. It's big
I
They-
think it had to be more hardcore because of Europe.
No, I think Shadow's just more hardcore because he's a converso.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
I don't know if
convert
that's true.
too,
They're
and,
very-
and it is true. All of the people will tell you that the most zealous people of any religion are always the converts.
Well, I was born a
When I
Catholic,
converted to
then I
Judaism,
became
boy,
a
I was
Baptist.
all in.
and I don't know that I'm not still a Baptist, so I don't know how any of that works.
I hope you become a Catholic because at least that's one step closer to the true faith.
Oh my God.
But
See, I was raised
I
Catholic.
did know that I wasn't excommunicated, and I didn't become I don't know that there's a ceremony to become a Baptist other than the baptism. So
Bad food.
I don't know how any of that works. So
that's not true because I did go to a Baptist church when I was very young and they had church eggs there and they were delicious.
Was it a white Baptist or a black Baptist church?
It was a
Is that-
both Baptist.
Mix is California, so
Okay, because that matters.
Blue. It was Blue Baptist.
No, see, I was raised
cool.
Catholic, and if I was ever to switch to the dark side, what James is at over there will be over a bake cell good, baked good cell. Fuck that.
Look, after Lent, you get Pancake Week, or if you're in Greek Orthodox, you get Pastry Week. I mean, come on.
I
And
know.
for every service, if you want to donate a little money, you get pierogi, pierogi. I mean, and then you hang out. with
Whereas if you
everybody.
continue with your Catholic thing, you get nothing. You get guilt. You get self-hate. You get condemned for things you didn't do that your ancestors did, and you get to pay for the privilege.
Yeah, Orthodoxy's kind of got different views on like the idea of original sin. It's kind of like you really can't hold people responsible for the sins other people committed, kind of thing. But I mean, whatever. It is actually the oldest doctrine. I don't know why people change it because And yes, we don't.
I have to say, when it comes to saints, I think Black Moses has got to be my favorite saint.
Yeah, but you said it backwards.
Moses Black.
Moses the Black.
Okay.
Yeah, Black Moses sounds like something completely different.
Yeah, it sounds like
To Black Dynamite.
I'd like to see it though.
Black
I
Moses
like-
sounds like Kid and Play found religion and released an album.
I do like the Black Pope on Twitter.
Black Moses sounds like the soundtrack would be by ODB, and he'd be like getting into some shit in the hood. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Moses the Black Saint. Moses
Also,
the Black.
sometimes called Moses the Ethiopian, because apparently the ancient Greeks and Romans saw anyone with black skin was Ethiopian for like 1,000 years or something. It's like, oh, you're black. You must be Ethiopian. And the guy's like, okay, whatever. I mean, he was a slave. He got freed by his Egyptian master for being a pain in the ass. He became a bandit, committed some murders, did some robberies, and then decided, I don't want to do this anymore. It's not a good thing. So then he hung out around a monastery, and they wouldn't let him in because he was a bandit. So he spent years just carrying water and taking care of them like that. And then eventually he was allowed in, and they made him a full brother. And then he had a dream that the monastery was going to be attacked and everyone in it would be killed. So he told everyone what was up, and everyone fled but him. And true to his dream, the bandits showed up and they murdered him. And it was the bandits he used to run with. So that's the irony, So there you go.
Well done.
Because one thing us Orthodox people love more than anything is redemption arcs. We love them. So you start out with an ex-slave that's a horrible human being, and through a lot of work and meditation and prayer, he becomes a saintly man and then gets murdered for it, because that's what happened back then. Like, depending on who the Roman emperor was. It was really rough under Diocletian.
I am going to have to watch Black Dynamite after I get off of this.
Well, Black Dynamite is not Black Moses.
Oh, I know.
Black Moses would probably whip Black Dynamite's ass.
I like the cartoon series better.
Because in the story of
We're
the
off.
saint-
Okay, I'm gonna go eat my supper, guys. Take care. Enjoy your liturgical lessons for the evening, and I cherish you all.
About a guy.
We will be talking about the Rosicrucians here soon, Barry. You're going to miss
Cherish
it.
you all. Bye now.
Bye.
According to what people write about him, he was like a really big, really strong guy. You know what I mean? So
You know
a
what's
badass.
What's really sad is there's some of my favorite westerns and urban movies that I can't even say by name because for some odd reason y'all got sensitive about shit in 1980.
I didn't get sensitive. I know exactly the movies you're talking about. I've seen them. And they use that N-word, boy.
They drop it like a comma.
You know, it's like watching Train Spotting. Here's a thing to do if you want. Watch
Mhm.
Train Spotting and take a shot every time they say cunt.
Oh God.
You'll die if you do that. So
That's
really
like
don't
watching
do that.
Deadwood and taking a shot every time they say cocksucker.
It's like, I don't know what it is with Scottish heroin addicts in Edinburgh, but they love that word. It's like they use it as a term of affection with each other.
Well,
And good.
we have a player on your high level campaign is from Scotland. So I have to verify that for you, James.
Oh, he's Scottish?
Yeah, we got a Scottish kid. He's like 18 now.
Yeah, ask him about Train Spotting.
He's finally legal, ladies. Yeah, the bad thing is that like Fred Williamson acted in like 2 or 3 movies that you cannot mention today, which is sad. It's like those are good movies. Those are fun movies.
Look, you want to make people uncomfortable? Start talking about Bakshi's cartoons and mention Coonskin.
Oh,
And all of a sudden people are like, oh, I'm super uncomfortable. It's a
go
story
away.
about a black rabbit.
Yes.
But for some reason they named it. But
Let-
Bakshi was pretty wild though. I mean,
The
that
bad thing
guy-
is that like because of the 70s cartoons, we don't have people willing to put they're not willing to wheel that VHS player and 24-inch bulb screen television into the fucking classroom anymore and show kids Watership Down or anything by Bakshi.
Oh my god, yeah. I think though the thing with the Warship Down thing is someone decided that it was like child abuse to show that to young kids.
I remember that was
mean-
what I watched as a kid, and I remember watching the TV show as well.
Yeah, the TV show where all the rabbits get like buried alive and suffocated, except for the few that get away.
Yeah, that's the movie. And then there's an entire well, they do it as well in the TV show, but there's a lot more.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
There's a lot more rabbit on rabbit violence that follows.
Well, yeah, because didn't you have like that one group of rabbits that was led by like a totalitarian
Yeah,
like,
no, that's
general or
again.
some shit? And
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was also in the TV show.
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the TV show, homie. I don't know if it's ever even aired in America.
I
But
don't think so.
Bruce is 100% right, though. Watership Down was like a rite of passage about the 3rd grade. They'd wheel that shit in, and you'd be sitting there watching these rabbits like get brutally killed by dogs, wire, freaking snares, and other rabbits.
Just butchered. In front
Yeah,
of
it was just rabbit genocide for like
Mm-hmm.
a couple hours.
What was the one they showed us as a kid?
And then they acted like they were like showing us something that was going to, give us like, culture and shit. But really, it just traumatized the shit out of everybody. Because you're just like,
Was it Where the Red Ferns Grow?
oh my God. You
That's
want
a
me
good
to
movie.
cry? Yeah, put that on.
The Bridge to Terabithia?
I never saw that.
That's kind of okay. It's not great.
Old
It's
Yeller.
wild. Better than Warriors of Virtue. I'll say that much.
Old Yeller.
Fuck.
If you are a normal human male and you don't cry at the end of Old Yeller, you're probably a sociopath. There's
Probably.
probably something
You
really
are.
wrong with you.
You are completely a sociopath.
And I would definitely never allow you near my young kids when they were young. Now, don't worry about it because my youngest daughter's husband is an EDC carrier. He's got more money than brain, so he bought him a P57. The FN P57.
Anybody I know where you say that, I always think they have a P320.
If anyone messes,
That joke didn't fly.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm assuming it's a gun joke.
Oops.
The P320 is a pistol that is for the longest time they were saying, "Oh, this is
Oh, we're
safe."
back.
Sig Sauers out there, this is safe. This is a completely safe pistol. What the fuck are you talking about? And then like more and more things started happening. And like 3 months ago, an Air Force guy sat a pistol on his desk, a P320, and it went off and got him in the belly, and he died. And then about a week later, a gun tuber was demonstrating
tell
just
if they're
like
back or
you're
not.
saying, if I move the slide back a quarter inch, bam! And he just kind of looks at the camera. He's like, well, I guess it's true. And so anytime that the P320 is brought up, like if you ever find a P320 in the wild and it's loaded, just set it down quietly and just walk away.
Back away from it.
Yeah, back off from it. It's a hot weapon no matter what its status. If there's anything in the chamber, it's hot.
Now, according to my brother, they supposedly fixed that.
I don't know anybody that has one anymore.
Yeah. Supposedly they fixed that. I don't know if that's true. I, being a solid kind of guy who only really goes with things that are tried and true, I went with the Glock 19 because it's a Glock. And whether you like the way they look or they're freaking polymer parts or not, whatever your problem may be, the fact of the matter is Glocks work when you need them to.
Yeah, I view Glock as the iPhone of pistols.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you can get them in any model and in any caliber.
Yeah, they are kind of a Swiss Army knife of pistols.
You can even get them where you can switch out parts and change the caliber
if you so choose.
If you so choose. But mine is just your standard Glock 19. I've got I've got probably 5 15-round magazines and like 3 30 rounds. Oh, his treats came in. Oh, look how happy he is, too. Look at him. He's like, oh my God, treats. I haven't had a treat. My dog's freaking out because my wife ordered treats.
I'm recognizing that jiggling sound of just like, treat back.
Yeah. Oh, he recognizes that sound. Believe me, Sax. He can be like on the other end of the house. As soon as he hears any kind of plastic bag crinkle, he'll show up and be like, what you got? What we doing over here?
Daryl Errett says they just found it wasn't the gun. The airman actually did pull the trigger, but that doesn't replace the fact that we have over like 10 or 20 accounts that I know of where on-duty police had dropped their duty belt and the fucking gun went off.
See, here's what I would need to do. I would need to look up the AK guy, see if he's got a video on it and what he says. And I'm not calling anyone here a liar or anything.
Sure.
I'm just saying, if Brandon Herrera says, hey, this pistol will blow you up, I'm going to believe him.
I mean,
plus he and I have a special relationship. When he made his very, very first video about the AK-74, I had already bought an AK-74 from Bulgaria. And so mine's an AK-74N. And we used to talk, him and I actually online used to talk all the time about it. And then he went from 100 followers to like 1 billion. And I was like, damn, why am I talking about D&D? No one gives a fuck about D&D. I need to start talking about my AK.
You know, I've been talking about D&D.
Maybe going out into the woods and showing people all kinds of crazy shit.
Quickly collect math rocks. I got 1,280 viewers that are subscribers. Thank you.
I have way more subscribers than viewers. I've got like 3,000 subscribers, but my average video, like a good video, will get 1,000 views. And the majority of those views will be people who aren't subscribed.
Yeah, but that's by everything that I'm coming across. That's the normal statistics that you will find anywhere between 40 to 60% of the people that watch your videos are not your subscribers.
And the only time I hit more than 1,000, it's when I'm saying something really negative about Critical Role or 5e.
Oh no! If you talk about Ginny D, your view count boosts too.
See, the thing is I would just prefer not to do that. Not because I'm not a misogynist or anything, because by all accounts I am. Just because I don't want to talk about Ginny D. You know, I'm just like, whatever. What's up, Death Angel? How you doing? My homie
Hey,
up
thanks for
there
stopping
in
by last
the
night, Death Angel.
volunteer state. Like, I mean, I know Ginny D is constantly on X talking about how white men suck,
She's
despite
actually
the fact that she's married to one and has a kid. You know, it's like, it's so virtue signaling. It's just like, I'm just like, shut up, you know?
I just don't. find it-
Also, here's what I don't understand about the modern white woman. Why are they always going off about how much white men suck? But they never mention any other man. So white men suck, but apparently black dudes and Arabs and Asians, they're great. It's just the white dudes that really suck. And I'm just like, you know, that seems a little racist. Like, come on.
Well, haven't you heard? That's how you fight racism, is with more racism.
Just say men suck. And then I can be like, well, all right, that's your opinion. You know, whatever. I'll just quote the Big Lebowski. I'll be like, that's just like your opinion.
Your opinion, man.
And move on with my life. But they always seem to want to single out the white European or American man. It's like, I don't know if you guys have looked at FBI rape statistics, but believe me, the white man is not at the top of that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the statistics I've been reposting a lot on X.
Statistics are racist. So
My favorite statistic right now is the people that are primarily on Snap. It's not blacks. It's not whites. Who is it, Bruce? Somalis, Afghanis.
yeah, people who aren't even citizens
Yeah.
make up like half of the people on Snap. My favorite thing is when like someone says to you on X, you know, there's more white people on welfare than there are black people.
Well,
And
yeah,
then you have to explain to them like, you know, per capita and per percentage of population and stuff like that. Because it's like, yeah, and you know, you make up less than 12% of the population, but you make up 51% of violent crimes.
I mean, 13% of the wizards cast 80% of the spells.
And I wouldn't even say 13%, because I guarantee you a lot of those ladies out there are not involved.
Probably not.
Right?
Connell, hey, Andy, check this out. You know what these are?
Where donkeys?
No,
Velociraptors?
these are the steel predators.
No,
Meta-
fuck's sake.
Oh, God, I can't wait. I finally got them in.
Hey, Connell, do you know what this is?
Something for Warhammer?
This is a Astartes Sakaran Annihilator, because it's equipped with 2 big freaking plasma guns.
What's that, Shadow?
That is the Mantic version of what I'm playing.
Yeah.
You know what? I just got this, and James, in a miniature war game, right? Wouldn't you expect, you know, there to be in the army list actual images of each unit?
This game doesn't do that. So, I mean, what are we talking about here?
Well, because like, okay, in the book, I got all, you know, three separate army boxes, no instructions, because I apparently got to download the instructions, which is fucking lame.
Well, you ain't got to download them, do you? You can't just look at them online.
Well, yeah. I could do that.
Or,
but
I mean, some companies do make you actually freaking download PDFs on how to build shit.
yeah. This is the second company that I've had to deal with, but I have no idea what the units are. Like in the book, I'll give you a random example.
You said
Super
unit.
heavy Dracon light cruiser. Okay, which fucking miniature is that? How do I find that out? Can I, have like an image of the Dracon light cruiser here in the book?
No, you can't. But
Apparently, no, I cannot.
you can go to the Mantic store and look it up.
Yeah, but I want it in the book. Considering that there are,
Shadow.
40 pages of lore in the book.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Shadow, my friend.
Stop being lazy.
You have to learn to deal with what actually is and not what you wish was.
Yeah, but doesn't it make kind of some sense? I mean, all the other games I've ever bought.
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, this is how it is.
Yeah, I know, but it's irritating, and I want to get stuck in. But whenever I'm like building miniatures or painting, I'm either on a show with you guys, and if I go to another screen, it messes with my connection to Restream, or if I'm up here by myself and I want to craft some minis and do that sort of thing, I'm usually using my device for either music or to listen to a video or maybe even watch a movie. But now I gotta use the screen for the freaking instructions.
You know what? I don't disagree with you at all. Like, I've got this giant freaking book right here, right? Legions Imperialis.
Yeah.
And you would think would, like you said, show you
The different Titans?
anything. And every picture in this book is a drawn battle scene. So it's not like somebody says, this is a Warhound Titan.
Right?
Like under Titans? Okay. What kind of Titan is that?
It looks
I think
like
it's a Warhound. I
Yeah.
know because I've played Space Marines since.
right.
Right.
I hail from the first and second. I hail from the first and second generation of
So I
the epic
feel,
lines.
I feel,
And there was a
what I'm saying
picture
is
of every
something
unit.
I deal with it, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, especially since this is a new game for new players with no. This is the ground level.
See,
Yeah.
industrial city, and it's got the armies duking out, and it doesn't tell you a single thing there. It's just like, yeah, that's a big Titan. I wonder what kind of Titan it is.
And then this is the box that the armies come in, right?
Yeah.
No art for the game. It just says Mantic picked by goblins, and then a sticker telling you what's inside. No artwork, just generic boxes.
You
that
see that
rattle
little
around like
box there
crazy.
in the book? That's
Uh-huh.
how they describe a tactical squad. But there's no picture of a freaking tactical squad. It's just like tactical legionnaires. Okay, they can move 5. They got 5+ save. Pretty good in close combat. They got good morale.
Let's see if there are even any.
They got
instructions.
Legion bolters. Okay, and that's basically it. I mean,
That's the only problem I have with Mantic style games is that they're kind of underwhelming in the rules department, and they're very light with the photographs and everything. They have a competent rule set, but the examples are like, this is what this is. This is what this is. This is what this is. No, you get more information off the website when you're ordering the product than you do when you open the fucking book or the army.
dude, Games Workshop's the same way. So many times I've been building an army and I just stop and go to the GW web store and do a web search to find out what even in the hell I'm dealing with. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, like my Knights is the best example. When I built the Knight army, like the rule set, it comes with all these different parts because there's like 6 different chassis for a Knight, but then it doesn't really tell you like And it was only after the fact that I learned that you can upgrade all of your Questeros Knights for 5 points with the big power fist instead of the stupid sword or whatever, right? So of course I went back and did that. But yeah, it's just what it is, man. It's just, and you know who else is coming out with a small scale game? War Games Atlantic. They're coming out with a game. I think it's called Horde Wars or something like that. And it's a fantasy game at like 8 or 10 mil.
And these instructions are lame.
They're British.
It's like Lego instructions. They just show you a picture like of their Titan, let's say. And it's the image of the Titan, but like the legs are green, the body's blue, the shield is yellow, the other arm is yellow, the sword
Not
is.
that I'm trying to up like whatever. Yeah, this.
Okay.
This is how you learn to put together this tank.
Hold on. That's what I want, but no, I don't get that.
It's like you put these things here, here, and here, and then you glue these things to that thing.
I do like that they have a lot of.
If you did everything right, you have this tank. It's like
I do like that there are there's like 9 different armies, including Ratmen and zombies and dwarves and
that is a failure with this game currently, but they keep adding. One of the
let me know when they add the Necrons.
They never will. They were asleep in 30K.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
Because you're being a smartass.
Yes.
Now, the army they definitely should be adding to this is the orcs.
What about the Eldar?
Eldar too, but the reason for the orcs is the last major campaign that the Emperor led himself was against the Beast of Olinar, who was a giant freaking orc warlord, right? And that war took like a year to finally end. And it only ended because one of the Primarchs actually beheaded the Beast of Olinar, cut his head freaking off, right? I forget which Primarch it was. Maybe Horus. But the point is, so why would you not have orcs? Because, during the Great Crusade, they were constantly fighting orcs. Elves, they were kind of on elves, Are you going to...
I wouldn't mind seeing the Tyranid either.
I got to go start making proper food for my children.
See, I don't got to cook tonight because my wife made a delicious casserole the other day, and I can eat that for a week.
Yeah, well, my kids are hungry, and I told them
butter and squash and zucchini and sauteed onion.
I'm making goulash tonight.
Garlic.
So they'll like it.
It's supposed to be a side dish, but I just eat it as the main course all the time.
Gotcha. Well, you like your casserole. I'm going to go upstairs and make some goulash.
Ooh, are you going to make real goulash or American goulash?
Real goulash with lamb.
Nice. Special. Very special.
Sounds like a good dinner.
Oh,
yeah.
I have no idea what we're doing.
With a little black bread and butter. Oh, my God. And my wife likes a little sour cream in her goulash to kind of tame the heat. But I don't put sour cream.
If I can get either really good pumpernickel or rye, I'll do a cucumber sandwich with a dill cream cheese on the side.
Right. My grandmother, for some reason, she ate tomato and cucumber sandwiches all the time.
Hey, it's fucking good.
It doesn't sound bad, and then add in maybe a little bit of ham.
Well, yeah,
there
was no ham. It was just bread with sliced salted tomato or cucumber sliced the long way and laid across it with a little salt and bread.
A little bit of
maybe mayonnaise. I don't know.
A little bit of Gouda would go good.
Gentlemen, I'm going to be off here as well. Take care, everyone.
Well, thank you for joining, Saxius.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, both of you. You too, Connell.
No, thank
Take
you.
care,
Shadow.
Axios, good seeing you again.
So we'll talk later. Bruce, I'll see you this Saturday, if not before. And James.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it.
It's always a pleasure, James.
if it's always a pleasure, you need to start showing up more when you can.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
All right.
See you at the library, bud.
The library. I'm going to the library to check out the Astronomicon.
Oh, got a joke for you guys really quick.
I love jokes.
This Amish community
Okay.
decided that they're going to start teaching driver's ed and sex education to their kids. The problem is they only have one horse.
I have a real thing to tell you. Not that I actually ever really think anyone should ever go to Reddit.
Yeah.
But if you go to Reddit and you search the subreddit for the Amish,
Yeah.
like Amish-/R,
Yeah.
guess what you find there?
Ankle porn?
Nothing.
No. Yeah.
That subreddit has existed for years. There's no posts.
There used to be a Amish porn website, and it had all the stereotypical photos that you would think Amish porn would have, where it shows this girl getting ready to climb a fence or try to hop over to the other side, and she's showing like 1.25 inches of ankle under her skirt as she's trying to get her foot up on the second horizontal, and it says she's showing a little skin, and it, she's got that. Then there's another photo underneath that. Madam Beulah shows us how to properly work the butter, and she's just using a butter churn.
Butter churn.
Fucking amazing. Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
That is comedic, but
there's no porn.
Here's the thing. They might not be any porn, but sometimes those Amish ladies are pretty freaky.
They gotta get the frustration out one way or the other.
Well, I mean, So.
And he bounces.
Yeah, well, he said he was gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't finish the sentence.
I just binged for
I think he did.
Amish porn. And wow, there actually is a surprising amount of it whenever I just bing it. It's on xvideos.com, tags Amish.
Yeah, but that's kind of like just people dressed up that way.
Yeah, I get it.
Because somewhere in the world there's a freak who has a fetish for Amish porn. Plus, I mean, depending on what brand of Mennonite you are, you might be able to own a phone or something. And if you own an iPhone, then, I mean, you could literally see anything and everything. So, if you've got an internet connection. So, yeah.
You're in like Flynn?
I'm just saying that people are people. Porn is very bad, but I mean, some people are going to be tempted. It is what it is, and all you can do is like hope that they can get their passion under control, because passions are not always good. Sometimes they're very bad. Or, Bear, who didn't want to hear theology, he definitely wouldn't want to hear this. As Saint Seraphim said, pornography is the iconography of Satan. Now, if you understand what that means, then you understand what that means.
Mm-hmm.
So, now Shoe-On Head recently did a video that was like, what is wrong with men? She went into a lot of stuff. And I know some people...
I saw it, I just didn't watch it.
Yes, well, people may or may not like Kami Mommy, as she used to be called. But lately she's been making some bangers.
I think it's part of her evolution since her mommy Tulsi joined up with Satan. She's like, well, might as well follow the money.
Satan.
What?
A lot of people don't like Donald Trump in the middle, and especially on the left, and they say if you join up with the MAGA train, you're joining up with Satan.
Oh,
Yeah, Jackie's not a big fan of him anymore either, but he doesn't get that there's complexities and nuances to everything. And
I mean, I wanted a world at peace. That's what I wanted. I didn't want us down in South America blowing up fucking longboats. I get it.
I
I know
love
why
that.
we're there. I know why we're there, but I just, damn it.
Never in the history of our world has there ever been even one day where there wasn't war going on somewhere.
I know.
I mean,
It
in
seems
recorded history, who knows?
It seems like since 1776, though, America's was balls deep in that shit.
Dude. I mean, Jefferson was sending the Marine Corps over to Libya to fuck them up. People
We've had-
forget that. That's
we've had
where the
three-
halls of Tripoli comes from.
We've had 3 years of peace since our nation's founding.
Because we live in a fallen world, and sometimes I like to think the good guys have to go out there and do shit. So when Trump threatens the Kenyans or Nigerians, it is, to go in gun blazing if they don't put an end to all this Christian massacring and shit like that, that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. That is a person with power saying, look, this evil shit you're doing needs to come to an end. And that is the problem with being the person in power. I mean, you're the one that has to do the shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, we would all love a peaceful world where you didn't have like random Muslims stabbing 10 people on a train and whatever. But I mean, that is just not the world we live in and never has been. Ever. If anything, our world currently is more peaceful than it ever has been. I mean, it's not like you've got Ottoman Turks invading Austria and Romans stomping through Germany and whatever, right? I mean, we're basically doing better than we ever have. Yeah, when you consider that, but I get you. Now, everybody who wants to turn on Trump, that I don't get. It's like he said what he was going to do, and he's fucking doing it.
Well, there's the whole Epstein thing that can't be done.
Yeah, so you're going to blame the guy who had nothing to do with anything for that?
No. And then with Jackie's specific issue is the whole Israel thing, and
Well, then Jackie needs to watch the last speech Vance gave, where he said,
oh,
no.
he hates Vance. He says Vance is was the protege of the guy from Palantir, and that guy's a full on Satanist, and
Oh my God.
yeah.
Well, first off,
he's more knowledgeable on some of those things, and I'm like, I don't know. I like what I'm seeing, and I like the results I'm seeing. And we're still the first year into this administration, and I don't expect mountains to be moved that quickly. But I do.
see, I will defend Trump about the Epstein thing because
Sure.
all of the people who are actually probably on the list had 4 years to hide all the evidence.
Oh, they had more than that, but yeah, exactly. Not only that,
No,
though.
I'm just saying the Biden administration. If
Right,
there
and
was
Jackie still
evidence
can't get it.
that could
He
have
still can't get it
been
through
like
his head
whatever.
that when anybody brings up the Epstein list, or when they brought it up to Trump, Trump was looking at it like, I'm not on the list. It's a hoax. Shut up about it. You guys, if you because he doesn't see, us just wanting.
Trump was the only person who actually went to the FBI and helped him out.
No, I know that, and he does too. But he thinks that when Trump said, you know, you guys are all idiots and morons and blah blah blah,
He didn't
wasn't
say
talking-
that.
Well, you know what he
That's
said.
not exactly
I'm
what he
paraphrasing.
said at all. He said,
paraphrasing.
"Are we still even talking about this?"
Right, because he thinks they're talking about him being on the list, not us wanting some goddamn convictions, which we'll never see. We'll never see those.
Well, we got one.
and you
We
know,
may get more because if just
I don't think
Maxwell
so.
starts actually talking,
she's not
and
going
if
to talk.
somebody passes a law that makes that judge unseal that case, you know, then shit'll happen, right?
Yeah, I don't see it in my lifetime.
Well, because you're a naturally negative person, and I'm a naturally wait and see person.
I'm normally pretty wait and see as well, but I know how deep the corruption goes. To every, and I literally mean every government on the planet is involved and has been since, you know, time immemorial.
Well, J.D. Vance, in his last speech, he let the world know Israel does not run the United States. We run them. And he said the reason there's a peace going on right now in Israel is because Trump told Bibi, calm the fuck down. And Bibi did. Now, under other administrations, Israel might have been able to get away with a bunch of crazy shit. For some reason, neocons, I mean, it's like Democrats and neocons, the only thing they agree with in Congress is that we have to permanently support everything Israel does.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I'm not going to be
We're not
happy.
living in that dichotomy right now.
I'm not going to be happy until we stop sending anybody any money, not one goddamn dime.
Well,
We
you're
have
just
too many-
never going to be happy.
We've got too many issues in this country
And I agree with you, though.
to
The
be.
thing
to be
is,
spelled out.
politically, I agree with you. The United States shouldn't be sending anybody any damn thing,
Right.
especially not money. So
You know,
that they can
once
make,
upon a time,
you know,
countries failed and ceased to exist. We can't prop everybody up and keep everybody going. Someone's going to have to die. Some countries are going to have to disappear.
it ain't
sucks.
even that. It ain't even that, homie. The whole
But
point
that's what we're
of
doing. We're trying to, you know, make everybody, you know, prosper. Well, how about, you know, we
But they're
tend our
not.
own backyard
The whole
first.
point of them sending money to all these different countries was that the Democrat politicians involved were getting kickbacks. So they okay. Let's say Ilhan Omar fights her ass off to get $1 billion sent to Somalia. Then the
I know.
Somalian president gives her a gift of $100 million
I know.
on the DL. Right. That's how she went from in 2024 having a net worth of like $90-something thousand. This year she's got a net worth of 30-something million.
I know.
Well, how did that happen?
I know. And that all needs to be.
Of course,
Stop.
Trump's talking about
But it's never
deporting her
done.
ass anyway because she lied on all of her paperwork to even come to this country.
I know, and none of it's
So,
going to
yeah.
change. You know, it's not going to change because they're all in on it. All of Congress, all of the Senate, the Ukraine war. You could easily, you know, estimate that every one of those motherfuckers got, you know, $1 million or more from those billions we sent, just to keep, you know.
Every
Well,
one of them didn't, though. Trump didn't get a nickel.
No, I said congressmen and senators.
Well, then the next time you're talking to Jackie, straighten his ass out.
I tried last night, but you know he's pretty adamant about, you know, not bending the knee to Israel and a religion that's, you know, diametrically opposed to ours.
A lot of Christianity, and it just doesn't really mesh. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, the majority of the Merovingians, is that the bloodline of Christ? Where are they at now?
Well, here's the deal. It all started with Scofield's Bible, and it got adopted by the Southern Convocation of United States Baptist Churches.
Mm-hmm.
That's where this whole issue stems from. And then, you know, all of the modern popes, you know, kissing their ass too.
Right, and there's a great debate between.
Of course, you know who don't kiss their ass? The bishops and patriarchs of the Orthodox Church.
You guys like Andrew Wilson, right?
Yeah.
A fellow brother in Christ in the Orthodox Church, of course.
He had an interview with the uh, the apostate something.
Yeah, he's the guy that used to be a Muslim but then quit.
Yeah. And he, he made it pretty clear, Israel's religion believes that the Messiah hasn't come yet, and
Yeah.
our religion believes that the next Messiah to come is the Antichrist. So,
Well, I mean,
How
we
do we
believe
get
there
past that?
will be an Antichrist, yes.
well, the next perceived Messiah for the state of Israel will be what we consider the Antichrist.
Well, he
So
will
how do we
set up shop in Israel for some reason.
how do we get past that? Well, we don't. So let them do their thing over there. Stop receiving our money and see how long they last. We'll, do our thing over here and see how long we last.
Well, here's the thing. It's all in the hands of God.
I totally. That's the other thing I was trying to explain to him. It's like I truly believe that Trump not getting shot in the head was a miracle, and if I believe that, then the miracle was performed by God or one of His
Well,
agents.
you ain't even got to believe that. I mean, the scripture tells you. So, do you really think that you can do things that's going to change scriptural?
No, exactly. But my point is that if God performed a miracle to keep Trump from dying, which would have kept us from going into a civil war that would have killed millions, if not hundreds of millions of people, I have to believe that was for a really good fucking reason. I don't know what that reason is. May
I
not
know.
agree.
I hope if that happened, I get stationed in the Northwest. I know I'm only 54, but boy, I still feel like I can unleash my skills if I need to.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling, but I'm glad we didn't have to, and I'm glad all those hundreds of millions of people didn't die. and the
Sometimes
world
I'm
didn't
not
get-
glad we didn't have to.
Gents, I must go.
Go.
You
Sometimes
guys-
I think
Me
that
too.
it's just a matter of time.
I know, but that would have been just pure chaos and rage.
Sometimes I actually think that the only way to save our civilization is a agreed upon separation.
Yep. Unfortunately, that
Like-
will also diminish us in ways we can't imagine.
I don't care about that. We're talking about avoiding a civil war where like everything gets effed up, right?
But I think that
Sometimes I think maybe
separation.
the only way it will work is if people on both sides who want drastically different things out of their lives get together and we bust out the old map of the Union and we draw some lines on it. And then we let everyone know, hey, if this is the way you believe, you come to this part and you get to be ruled over by people who believe exactly like you do.
Right,
And
but
if
there's
this
going
is
to
the way
be.
you believe, well, then you go to the South. And
But
you
it can't work out. It can't work out in a way that doesn't give one side such an advantage that the other side will either perish like real quick, or they will see their only course of action is to take back some of the farmlands and things like that and other resources that they just lost in the separation.
Well, that's fine. I mean, the blue state guys all look down on the farmers nonstop anyway. So when we draw the map, if they don't claim any of the farmland, let them fucking starve.
Well, no, that's just it. I don't see it being
What,
divisible.
you think they're going to invade us?
No, but there's
Like
other
what,
things.
some blue state's going to invade a red state? Really? You think that's even possible?
No, well, you don't need to invade. There's all kinds of ways of causing casualties without an invasion.
Okay. What, Antifa's going to show up?
No, but you get the right people together to start mixing up biological agents or things like
It'll
that.
affect them. We're neighbors. You unleash biological shit on me, and you live literally a mile away.
Well, no, I
You're
mean,
gonna need it too.
there's a lot of ways to fight a war that don't need tanks and planes and bombs and guns.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
been fighting one with China for God knows how long. Look at the shit they've been doing to us, and they keep getting away with it.
Yes. So what you're saying is the blue states will try to steal the red states' technological advancements.
No,
The
I think
problem
they
with that
resort
is
to-
most of the technological advancements happen in the blue states.
No, I think they would resort to some really vile tactics that would be
Well,
against.
but you're not telling me what these vile tactics are.
Well, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but I mean, I'm sure you could think of some nasty things you could do if you felt oppressed by an overwhelming force that you couldn't beat
You
militarily.
wouldn't feel oppressed. The whole point of my theory is we would cut America into an agreed upon two chunks, and they can rule themselves. They are completely not part of us. We're independent countries. Like you might even need a passport to travel from New York to fucking Pennsylvania, right? And then they can do whatever the hell they want. And we will do what we want. And if you live in America and you're like, I don't like this shit, I want to live in a more socialist country, blah, blah, blah. Well, then, you move there.
Yeah, I see it as only a temporary solution, which would inevitably result in the red states taking back the blue states, and
That's
there's a
only if the red states become violent and decide to invade the blue states.
Well, I don't think there'd be. I don't think it would be an invasion. I think the blue states would fail so miserably that we would just be able to just walk in and say, "Okay, nobody here. Let's take it."
See, I'm not sure because the way I've thought about it in my brain, and if anyone in the chat has anything to add, please do. The blue states would probably be wealthier than the red states economically.
Maybe.
I mean, well, they're going to get New York and California right off the bat.
Yeah. See, that doesn't work. You can't split something in half. Like that. You got to split it like right down the middle. Otherwise, you can't
It
have.
will work. It will work because we have, airplanes. If you want to travel from New York, New Jersey.
Yeah, but how do you have a
California.
country that's like in three pieces?
Oh, dude. Look
like
at a map of Germany in 1500. It was exactly like that. There was
Really?
like 300 kingdoms, and they were split all over the fucking place. Yeah, I mean, most of Europe was that way at one point.
Yeah, I also
Now
see,
it's going to suck for the red states because they're going to definitely get the whole left coast from Mexico all the way to Canada. Now Alaska will be red because they're red.
Yeah, that's
But,
true. We
I
do
mean,
have Alaska, and that's like
from the fucking Salish
between,
territories in Washington state all the way down to the Baja. That will be blue. And that means they're going to have a lot of money. They got ports. They got money. At the end of it, the blue states will probably be more economically sound than the red states. What the red states will have, though, is all the agriculture and all of the mining and all of the blue collar bullshit. So hopefully between the red states and the blue states, it would be independent countries, mind. We could set up, trade and some relations. But what would really be the thing is the people in the blue states, they can pass whatever laws they want and do whatever they want. And the people in the red US can be like, well, that's effed up, but whatever. And keep living their lives. Maybe we'd be a little poorer. You have to ask yourself, are you willing to be a little poorer to live in a nation that actually backs your beliefs? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you would probably end up moving to, I don't know, Idaho.
Hopefully Texas, but yeah. The thing is, though, remember
Idaho
that,
or Iowa? Which one is it up there near Oregon? Idaho. That's where all the potatoes are.
Yeah.
That is like the reddest state in the whole union. It's so red that some of the white supremacists refer to Idaho as the Fourth Reich the promised land and all that shit. I mean, it's pretty nuts. I got a friend that moved up there, actually, mom's friend, and she's like, "Oh yeah, this is a weird place," you know. And all of the counties in Eastern Washington State and Oregon State want to join what they call Greater Idaho.
I know, right? Well, I mean, you've seen that map of the current, red versus blue right now, right?
Yeah, it's all red except for like
Little tiny bits.
tiny bits. But the problem is all the tiny bits are the cities where millions upon whatever live.
Yeah, so what? Why be beholden to them? Why not just, do what needs doing?
Well, because it's all based on population, ain't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen huge swaths of populations disappear before.
And I don't know if you're talking about genocide or not at that point, but that's why Northern California, no matter how the people in Northern California feel, they are never going to have any power in California. Because Sacramento and LA and San Francisco have the population.
So I gotta get the fuck out of here, man.
It is what it is. Anyway,
and I'm not advocating
we ran off all
violence.
The viewers, Shadow, with that tirade. We had like double digits, and now we're down to 3.
Sorry, guys. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm just wondering why, when it seems like the logical solution, why people haven't decided to do that. I'm amazed and happy that it hasn't happened, but from a mathematical standpoint, you would think that that's what would happen.
Smells like my wife is cooking chicken or something.
No, chicken is dawn time.
What are you cooking?
A concoction.
A concoction? Okay. I like concoctions.
It's onions and potatoes and summer smoked sausage, which I could get Bob. It's kind of fried potatoes with smoked sausage and onions.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Which will go with the squash casserole.
Yeah. That sounds really good, actually. So we're having smoked sausage with onions and potatoes.
That's kind of like what we had last night.
And squash casserole. I mean, I'm like, whatever, So you're working on your Mantic stuff.
No, I just got it in the mail. I'm literally going to leave it in the box for a while. I've got way too many writing obligations I have to take care of. I'm writing for 3 different game companies, and I need to get that shit out by the end of the year. One project is not until January, but I've got to, finish these things, and then, I've got thousands of miniature projects I could just start at any minute, but I've got a couple of things on my desk I'm trying to slowly finish as I am on YouTube or whatever, talking to you guys, etc. But I really need to knock these out, and I start a new game Saturday. That's an every other Saturday game with Bear. I'm in an every other Thursday game now with Nerdy Ogre, and I'm
just amazed at the. I mean, man, you got a lot on your plate. That's all.
I do. So plus.
I was going to ask you what armies came in the box, but I mean, if you
I ordered
it out yet,
we had choices in the Kickstarter.
Look,
we had choices of the 9 armies, so I picked the equivalent of the elves, one of the human factions, and either I want to say like I didn't pick the dwarves. I didn't pick the rats, although I do want the rat army.
So the marauders, maybe.
No, I definitely didn't pick the orcs. It was either there's an army called the Plague Army and the Nameless.
Yep.
Which are zombies and or Tyranids. I think I probably ordered
the plague hits, and then it goes through stages.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's not Tyranids. They're humans, but they get the plague.
No,
and
no,
then
no.
they
The
mutate.
army called the Nameless is like the Tyranids.
Right. Yeah, the plague guys, they get the plague, and then like over time, they, you know,
Get nastier.
yeah, it's like a level 1 or a first stage plague guy is just like a mutant, like zombie thing.
Yeah.
But then you've got like the stage 4, and it's like a gigantic freaking armored, you know.
Yeah, like a behemoth of sorts.
Yeah.
I picked the initial three armies so that no matter who it was, it made sense if they were fighting. You know what I
Right.
mean? I didn't pick two human armies because, you know, okay, they should never be fighting. I didn't pick the squats or the dwarves because I'm just not a fan of dwarves in any shape or form. I recognize their talents and their skills, etc. But I'm just like, it's too corny for me to, you know, have space dwarves. It's just like an excuse to throw them in a game.
I got bad news for you, man.
Hmm.
Traveler 2300, which is probably as hard science as you're ever going to get, has dwarfs.
And I get how you could get them, but I just see it as a, you know, justification to have that imagery. You know,
Yeah, it's called the King Dinam.
I never heard that before.
In Traveler 2300, the King Dinam.
Oh.
King is a colony that has
Okay.
like 1.5 Earth gravity.
Sure.
So the only way to survive it is do a DNAM. And what DNAM stands for is DNA modification.
Okay.
So humans that receive the King DNAM, they're made much more
Short,
they end up
dense.
being like 4 feet tall, having incredibly dense, massive bones, a huge heart, you know, like
Yeah.
so they deal with the gravity, right?
the
But
same
the
thing.
problem is it shortens their life by about half.
Yeah, they use the same sort of explanation in 40K, and it just doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, the high gravity makes
Mhm.
people short.
It reminds me of the old Buck Rogers game where humanity uplifted a bunch of animals like the lions and the reptiles to give us lizard men and cat people.
Yeah, that wasn't Buck Rogers. That was Flash Gordon, but close enough.
Are you sure? Because TSR had the Buck Rogers
They
license.
did, and in that board game, the main thing was like the mega mutants and super soldiers, but they were mutations.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think on Venus there were lizard men. I don't think we uplifted them though. I think they were just there.
Oh, okay.
But
I
in
didn't
Flash
get into it
Gordon,
as much as.
if you read the Flash Gordon cartoons, like his best friend is a lion man.
Yeah, I remember that.
And in the movie, because they didn't have the budget, the African guys who were wearing all gold, they
Yeah,
were supposed to be the lion men. But they didn't have the budget. So they just, you know, did what
They had a
did.
hell of a budget. I mean, those costumes were amazing.
I mean, they did great. And Ming's daughter is probably one of the sexiest women to ever be on screen. The Italian model that played Ming's daughter.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's a very attractive young woman, but
I thought
certain things they couldn't do. Like it was weird how the lizard man's eyes were inside of its mouth. It was because the guy wearing the suit couldn't see.
Yeah.
So they did it that way, and it's really lame, and they shouldn't have, but they did. You know, it's like now, of course, what's his name is Ming the Merciless was just absolutely amazing.
Max von Sydow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
who is the third guy? I always forget when I talk about Hammer horror films. I always say,
yeah,
Lee,
he was in a lot of
Peter Cushing, and Max von Sydow was in some of them. Oh, my dog's like, I'm gonna bark now, and I'm like, you do that, buddy. If anybody's trying to sneak up on the house, you let me know. That's your job. That is his job. You know, people get mad that their dogs bark, and it's like, dude, That is literally your dog's only job.
Yeah, but the way we've got the since we've got a 2-story, right up at the landing of the stairs, it looks right out over the front porch, and my dog will bark at any car that drives by, any truck, any person that walks by, because he can't really see people actually walking up the walkway to the front door. I mean, he can hear them and smell them, but he's 90% of the time barking at shit that he has no reason to bark at because they're just people driving by, or trucks, with a garbage truck, or
Oh, I
Amazon.
know. I know. My little Palm, every time our neighbors go or come anywhere, he barks at them.
And
Their
he's
garage door goes up or down, he's barking. But hey, I mean, I'd rather he bark at stupid shit than not bark at all, because it's not like he's the kind of dog that could ever save us from an issue.
right.
I mean, literally somebody could run in and kick him and that he'd die, you know? So his only job is to be loud enough that if something happens, I can be prepared to deal with it.
I think my dog could take maybe one kick, but it would depend on what it was from.
Your dog's bigger. My dog's just a little guy.
Yeah.
But
Even then, he's more bark than bite.
yeah. Well, at least he's not a husky. I mean, if somebody broke into your house, a husky would help them find all your shit and carry it out.
Right.
You know, so there is that. Like, worst guard dog ever. See, my mom has a German Shepherd that is so effing crazy that the U.S. the post guys won't even deliver her mail.
I had a dog like that. He was, as a matter of fact, that dog that was like that was almost identical to my dog Chewy,
Yeah.
in that he was, multi-mutt, mixed breed, crazy terrier. And
Hers is a German Shepherd named Ziva.
and we had to secure him in the backyard permanently via a chain when we were younger, because there was just no way.
Yeah,
So much-
yeah. The guys would come to deliver stuff, and she would like attack the door. So eventually, they're like, "Yeah, we're not going back there," because one of these days she's going to get out,
Mhm.
and she's like 100-pound German Shepherd. So I don't blame the delivery guy at all. He's
No,
like,
no.
"Look, I mean, I'm taking
That was
my
probably
life
before
and
Amazon and things like that as well.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Like Amazon, they're like, nah, you can come get this shit down at the post office or at the there's a big Amazon like distribution center not super far away. But yeah, I mean, they're like, I'm not risking my life, that crazy. But the good news is, because she's the way she is, and a lot of times she'll spend all day just staring out the window at everyone who drives by. So,
Mhm.
like, any of the meth heads or anything in our neighborhood do not go anywhere near my mom's house, because
Let's
they
not
are
have methods in your
terrified.
neighborhood.
Because I don't know what is wrong with that dog, but it is like, just like,
Yeah.
I've just said what it's like. It's crazy. Now, does it like me and yes, it loves anyone that's family. Well, no, that's a lie. Every time my uncle visits my mom, if he don't keep like an eye on her, as soon as he turns her back on her, she'll bite him right in the ass. She'll do a little, that little nippy bite sometimes dogs do, right in his ass. So he always has to keep her like within his field of vision. But his wife, not a problem. When I was up there, that dog curled up in my lap. But for some reason, some people, it just wants to take a little nip out of, Just get
Oh
a little
shit, James, I'm gonna have to let you go. I forgot. The boy's gonna be home any minute, and I didn't make dinner yet.
Well,
So I will see you
you
tonight
don't
or
have to
tomorrow.
make excuses with me, homie.
No,
I'll
no,
talk
no.
to
I'm
you
just
later.
I'm just being polite, you know. Not just like I'm out of here, dude. Later, I got shit to do. You know, we're
Like
friends.
that. I gotta go. Boom.
Yeah, yeah. I was raised differently, you know. So I'll see you probably tomorrow.
Shadow, you know you're my boy.
I
Don't
know.
worry about it.
Right back at you,
Even though
brother.
You're older than me, but
I'm older than just about everybody now.
you're still my homie.
Crazy.
Huh?
I said I'm just about older than everybody,
Yeah,
except
well,
Cal.
look at this.
And
You're leaving. My wife's telling me dinner's done. So
perfect
hey,
timing, bro.
perfect timing.
Enjoy your dinner. I will see you tomorrow.
Yep. Maybe I'll sit down with the wife and watch some of the boys. And anyway, you leave. I'm just talking to myself now.
All right, take care, bro.
Yeah. And we'll see what's up. I will be ready in 2 panels because you caught me in the middle of painting a tank and there's like 2 panels left. And I would rather like wait a couple minutes and get these 2 panels done than not get them done and then forget about it. And then, you know, at a later date, be like, oh shit. The good thing about painting Blood Angels, especially for Horus Heresy, is they really only use like 3 colors, you know, like red, black, and gold. That's literally kind of it, you know. I should have painted them red, gold, and green, right? And then they could be like Boy George, Karma Chameleon. Karma Chameleon. No? Oh, I'm sure the dog is very sad that you dropped a potato. Yeah, he's probably circling it like, oh, yeah, that is going to be my potato when it cools off. You come and go. See, I have never understood what he means in that song when he says life or loving would be easy if something were like my dreams, red, gold, and green. And it's like, what does that mean? You know, is he like using code? What's happening here? What's up, Daniel Berry? How you doing, homie? But yeah, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. Might need a little bit of shade, but if I were going to shade this, I'd either use red or I would use like a really soft shade, like the Army Painter soft shade. So just enough to kind of give it a little bit of whatever. I mean, if I wanted to be crazy, I could get out my panel liner and try to do all the panels and everything, every single little whatever. But I you know, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody. I can't believe this has been going on as long as it's been going on. But I've been getting a lot of shit painted. I'll tell you that right now. My a lot of the vehicles for my Blood Angels army are very, very much either there or very close to being there. So, and that will make me happy. And then, of course, I will need to take a bunch of pictures to show off on my Discord. You know what I mean? Since Cal and everybody's posting all these beautiful pictures of the figures they're painting, and it's my Discord, so I probably should put some pictures on it too. You know, I mean, I created the whole channel for like okay, Warren just posted something. I'll talk to you when I'm guys, I'll talk to all of you later. Peace, love, God bless.
and all of that. And I hope you have a wonderful until the next time I see you. Bye bye.